Chapter 138. On the endless yellow sand of the Sahara, a long line of people trudged with difficulty. The people with faces full of hardships had calm expressions. Hardship and suffering had left traces on their faces, but it did not conquer their spirits. They were calm and unperturbed. From their expressions and eyes, it could be seen that it was not empty and numb indifference, but joy and relief after the heart had calmed down. Most of the people in the crowd had the same face, and their bodies were even somewhat deformed. Only a few people had healthy limbs, and their faces were relatively special. This was very normal. A few days ago, they were still a kind of tool in human work. Modifying clones with different face shapes would increase the cost, so only a small number of custom-made clones were lucky enough to receive such an honor. Occasionally, there were some people in the line of clones who had blank expressions and more emotions. Even their expressions and appearances were more natural. They were humans who followed along. Although most of the humans had decided to leave the Earth, there were always some people who chose other paths. Compared to the extremely confusing voyage in the sea of stars, quantum immortality did not seem to be a bad thing. The wind, sand, and cold in the Sahara were enough to destroy metal and crack steel. Of course, they could also destroy a person's iron will. After dark, the temperature on the surface had dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Under such circumstances, the environment in the Sahara was not any worse than other regions. Humans huddled in 281 giant cities. Occasionally, there were rumors that China, the Soviet Union, and the European Union had begun to migrate cities and people. However, most of the humans were still building their future home, spaceships. All production relations no longer had meaning. Humans were carrying out arduous tasks and labor processes, reorganizing themselves according to the functions of the fleet and the division of labor. In this world, most of the governments had lost the meaning of existence. Other than the 4 sovereign political bodies with the ability to act, the other human countries had to form the Earth United Government to deal with this unprecedented disaster. However, unexpectedly, the United Government did not play any role. But unexpectedly, the coalition government didn't play any role when these politicians and bigwigs tried to carry out their functions and rights. They bumped into an iron starting committee. Its full name was Civilization Starting and Space Survival Related Construction and Preparatory Committee. The working class was the most advanced class. It was no exaggeration to prove this point. In fact, the working class that could build spaceships had long surpassed the members of parliament and bureaucrats in terms of management and construction. They had released an existence that could easily destroy them. At first, with the help of 4 political actors, the spaceship construction team possessed more than 90% of the productivity of the 4 major entities on Earth. Moreover, the spaceship was a high-end and unprecedented project in human history. The level of organization and management required could be said to be hellish. After painstakingly organizing the construction team and managing more than 1 billion workers, the monsters in the organization discovered that they themselves were the most powerful and advanced. The untouchables in India found that they had built a new country through their labor, a perfect ideal country. Distribution according to needs, communism, and the self-emancipation of the working class were all hammered and tempered in this process. These ideals that were ridiculed, these forces that were despised, when the government and capital ridiculed and despised these forces, they would never know what kind of monster they had released from the cage. Over 1 billion laborers, millions of engineering teams, an unprecedentedly powerful and centralized management organization. With the help of the clones, humanity finally completed this incredible miracle. Meanwhile, they had also obtained complete liberation and overwhelming power. This power was so strong that the original government could only tremble under it. The workers' organization that could build spaceships was compared to the government of the industrial era. It was so powerful that it was unimaginable. There was no communist party, but after the working class was liberated, there was no need for the Communist Party. For the first time in history, The group of people who represented the most advanced productivity had unknowingly completed the great cause of changing the world. In the engineering meeting, the untouchables only spent 3 minutes discussing it. They expelled the dregs of the old era. The masters and sirens of the upper castes found that the originally obedient and devout untouchables were now disobedient. The bureaucrats and bosses were also at a loss. They felt that there was no place for them to intervene in the management of society. Compared to being suppressed, what made them feel more helpless was being ignored. There was no revolution or violence, because completing a project for all mankind was more difficult than revolution and violence. It was also more thorough in changing them and the entire world. Compared to destruction, construction was undoubtedly more terrifying. The former would destroy their bodies, while the latter was destroying the foundation of their existence. When mortals built the Tower of Babel, even God would be afraid. The engineering of spaceships and the future of interstellar travel needed workers. Engineers, farmers, scientists, teachers, even writers and directors, coders and waiters. It welcomed all kinds of workers. The only ones it did not need were capitalists and bureaucrats. They were abandoned by the world. Even the American fascists, who were the only ones still surviving in the old world, did not welcome them. The fascists also needed workers. They needed workers and scientists, not trash that competed with them for food. There was always a limit to the amount of trash a country could afford. The capital did not have the motherland, but the motherland had the capital. At this time, even the smallest and most ignorant person had to join this new world. In the great project that concerned the survival of mankind, all relationships were smashed. Everything in the past about identity, education, religion, race, and social order, those deep-rooted things were violently dug out and smashed to pieces. At the most dangerous time, mankind finally completed the transformation of being reborn from the ashes. Burn the stupidity, filth, and stench of blood and pus to the ground. Those disgusting things, those evil things, those ridiculous things that were crowned as human nature, about selfishness, greed, laziness, were finally exposed to the raging fire, emitting the stench of being burned. If these bad habits were blown up to be justified and taken for granted, they would be praised as human nature. Then mankind might as well become gods. Only labor created mankind and this world, and only labor could recreate them. This was the other purpose of the wall-facing plan. Labor created everything in human society, and it could also reshape the world according to productivity. Heroes and greatness were ultimately insignificant, but only the most insignificant. Only then could the great eternity be achieved. In China, in the Soviet Union, in the European Union, in the Departure Committee, in the American fascists. The huge project, the unprecedented transformation and construction in the history of mankind, was bound to profoundly change mankind and everything related to it. The dawn of another era had gradually risen. Even the most conservative old forces had to admit. The rope to hang it would be created by themselves. This was inevitable and unavoidable. No one could do anything in the face of such a general trend. Except for Chinong. The clones formed groups and headed towards the Sahara Desert. There, Chinong promised them eternal life and freedom. They longed for it. They were looking forward to everything that was coming. Life existed in another form, and civilization existed in another form. The clones longed for civilization, longed for their era. In the desert, nearly 6 billion clones and a small number of humans looked into the distance. Some clones chose to integrate into human society, and a very small number of clones wanted to create a future with the mutants. The professor and Magneto stood tens of thousands of meters in the air, watching all this. It was the time promised by Chinong. The professor saw it. The sun rose in the east again, and the blazing, golden fireball reappeared in this dark world. No, it was the sun, an even more terrifying sun. The radiation intensity of the star explosion far exceeded the limit that humans could bear. Under the sun, in the dazzling light of the sun, More than 200 huge shadows rushed into the sky from all over the earth, and the metal hull larger than the mountains reflected the sun. It was like more than 200 suns. In the sky, the moon slowly began to rotate, setting off huge waves hundreds of meters high in the ocean, but humans no longer cared. On the back of the moon, a huge mechanical body revealed its true body that shocked the world. The entire moon had been replaced by a huge mechanical body. It was Skynet and only Skynet. Endless matter was set off on the Earth, flying high into the sky, converging into meteorites, asteroids, satellites, and finally colliding with the moon, and then fusing with it. On the Earth, countless giant humanoid figures with blurred faces rose from various oil production areas. This kind of mutated biochemical warship easily broke through the atmosphere. Behind them, the huge Zerg nest slowly broke through the ground of the Middle East, and the huge organism with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles rushed into space under the protection of countless mutants. Behind the moon, the light and shadow of the sun became more and more intense, and the temperature on the surface of the Earth instantly rose to 70 degrees. A huge light shadow with endless wings on its back. It was infinitely large, and each wing was more brilliant and magnificent than the moon. It could not be looked at directly, and no matter what kind of observation methods humans used, they could not see through its brilliant light. The angel of the sun, Sephiroth. In the ecosphere of the Earth, an invisible wave swept into space, rushing into the endless distance. When all of this left the Earth, Sephiroth looked at the Earth, looked at the clones waiting quietly in the Sahara, and looked at the ape men trembling in the Amazon forest. If the ecosphere of the Earth could survive, then they would definitely engrave a terrifying species in the depths of their genes, the terrifying upright ape. The ape men also deeply engraved the crazy and terrifying creatures, like humans, in their spiritual inheritance. Once upon a time, there was a planet called Earth. It had lived for about 55 billion years, and it was still a young planet. About 1 million years ago, a tiny creature called an erect ape was born. About 200,000 years later, humans evolved into humans. Then there was no then. In a short period of tens of thousands of years, they evolved from animals to intelligent creatures, spent 50,000 years to enter an agricultural civilization, only used 3,000 years to enter an industrial society, and 20 years to enter the information age, the space age, and the microphysics age. Then, after the arrival of a human called the apocalypse, the Earth was destroyed within 2 years. In just a few seconds, the sun's radiation reached its peak, and the endless radiation crazily destroyed the Earth and the ocean. In the center of the Sahara Desert, a huge ball of lightning with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles flashed for about 1/10 of a second, then destroyed the largest and oldest natural relic on the Earth. Chapter 139. Tens of thousands of meters in the air, Magneto and the professor silently watched the earth-shattering disaster, watching the clones that disappeared without a trace in the flash of 1,000th of a second. The energy intensity is as high as 50 million bits of electricity, forming a plasma field with a temperature of 100,000 degrees Celsius, which can easily evaporate any known natural substance. Under that dazzling flash, even ashes cannot be left. Humans, even specially modified clones, are obliterated from the physical world in a very short time in the face of such an energy field. Faced with such a powerful energy, even the king of electromagnetism, Magneto, can't resist. Although Magneto has a significant advantage in electromagnetic control, Sephiroth's direct control of the energy of a star is too much of a cheat. In the face of the entire solar radiation outbreak, in the face of a super-radiation outbreak that exceeds the total amount of energy controlled by humans in history, even Magneto can't do anything about it. This is the end of clones, but it is also the prelude to quantum immortality. The world in Charles's eyes is dazzling light, boiling light, and the world in Eric's eyes is endless darkness and depth. Galloping lightning, flowing plasma, radiation leaping into flickering plasma in fluids and colloids, The Earth is like a huge burning torch, violently moving particles making it shine in the universe. In the background radiation of the universe, the peak microwave radiation that was originally affected by the dark radiation has returned to normal. In Magneto's eyes, the Earth is certainly a big flashing fireball, but the void space where the Earth is located is silent black. At this time, a line of light was projected on the retinas of the two men, on which were written in clear letters, "They are flashing! Where you can't see, they are saying goodbye to you." "Where?" Charles asked eagerly. The prophet did not speak. It just shielded the light around them. Charles was a little surprised. He had always thought that the prophet was incapable of large-scale interference in the physical world. But now the scene in front of him clearly overturned his opinion. In his and Magneto's vision, visible light, infrared light, and ultraviolet light all faded away little by little. The blazing fireball in his eyes gradually dimmed, and a deep and vast darkness appeared. It surrounded them all at once. This is another world, an invisible world. In this world, all the normal fluctuations belong to the dark background. Only those unusual cosmic flashes that do not appear once in tens of billions of years will cause these cosmic backgrounds to change significantly. But in such darkness, Charles and Magneto saw a faint flickering light in the black background. The entire universe, the entire world, from the sun that was 8 light minutes and 18 light seconds away to the galaxy that was 1 light year away, the entire solar system, and even places that were even further away, all of them were flashing at the same time. It was as if a lone lamp had appeared in the deep universe. Long, short, long, short, long, short, long, short, short, long, short, long, short, long, short, goodbye. Softly reciting the meaning of the Morse code, Charles suddenly burst into tears. Goodbye, friends. May you be happy and healthy in the days to come. I will bless you, human. Blessings in the future. We shall meet again. Put this in your memory, in your diary and history. May you find happiness in the world. Goodbye, my friend. It was a greeting from heaven. It comes from the final destination of the soul. Humans would eventually decay, and only death could grant them eternal life. This was the final messenger of the apocalypse, death. The 1 billion humans who had turned into the cloud state of quantum probability had rebuilt their civilization in an unimaginable way. They may live forever in heaven as individuals, or they may collectively become a great existence. All of this is destined to be incomprehensible to humans living in the material world, and it cannot feel the existence of those who have passed away. In the time you breathe, when you miss them, they are always by your side. Death is not the end, but a new beginning. This is the messenger of death, a magical space that exists in the sea of human consciousness. It is called hell, called the underworld, also called heaven and hell, or the original name, the Garden of Eden. If God is the concept defined by human beings, then he is God, the will of human beings. In the universe, in addition to the space where human beings live and know, there are many deeper existences. If the universe is a map, then the part that humans can understand is less than 1/millionth of this system. The huge mass of the stars in the universe is constantly annihilated, turning into a huge probability cloud in the quantum dimension. And this is the fate of death. Help me, help the humans. The prophet's words were directly projected on Charles and Eric's retina. Without telepathy, Charles could feel the weakness in her tone and the deep despair hidden behind the words. Why, humans have left Earth, and you have gained freedom. A new era has begun. Prophet, I am old. I am afraid. I can't help you much. Charles sighed. This is not the beginning of an era, but the end of everything. The prophet warned with large, blood-red words. The prophet was the only mutant among humans who could predict the future. After her quantization, this ability to perceive the future allowed her to expand her vision and existence in the time dimension, becoming the only human who could reach the same level as the apocalypse in life essence. She was also one of the 4 wall-faced people in the plan. Her warning could not help but make Charles vigilant and take it seriously. The function of the future has collapsed. This was something that was originally impossible. The past is certain, but the future is uncertain. This is the foundation of our time and space, and also the fundamental law of the world. And now, all the functions of the future have collapsed into a certain form. Our universe as an equation has a fixed solution. The foundation of the world is shaking, and our existence is being questioned again. We are no longer in a state of future function collapse. We are no longer in a state of constant change. Our world is no longer an equation of variables, but a series of definite solutions. There are now an infinite number of solutions, covering every possible choice we can make. But it is winding up, and after 2 hours, it will get the only solution. Impossible? Charles questioned. Prophet, you are an impossible variable. No matter how powerful the apocalypse is, you, who can observe all the possibilities of the world, can create new variables, unless it goes back to zero. There is only one result in the world. There is only one fate that is certain, and that is destruction. I can't make new variables because any possibility that is not in the future destiny will only lead to one result, destruction. And this result will also be the only solution after 2 hours. Charles, look. The prophet's words appeared on Charles and Magneto's irises, word by word. A giant tree that penetrated the sky and the earth occupied the entire vision of the two. It was a tree of light composed of endless light. The flowing river of light spread on the trunk of the tree. This was a giant tree that had fallen down. The huge roots spread towards the sky like wings, and countless endless forks were extremely brilliant, connecting the sky, as if a big tree grew out of the sun and light. A perfect life. When they saw this giant tree, Charles and Magneto had only one thought in their minds. When they saw the roots that spread towards the sky, they had already remembered seeing this kind of thing in that place. Sephiroth. This is not a giant tree, but Sephiroth. Only those brilliant wings would give off this kind of feeling. And this giant tree that occupied the entire world gave Charles the same feeling as Sephiroth. This is not a coincidence. Yes, it is Sephiroth. You should know what kind of existence Sephiroth is. He is the divine soul of the sun. The saint who has a human body is also the human form of the quantum collapse state of the star. He is a creature at the quantum level and also an existence of the material world. He is a soul. He is also a physical body. He is a real angel. But you have to understand the true meaning of the name Fireoth. This name originated from Jewish mythology and is a strictly religious term. When creating things, God sent an energy into nothingness, and this energy soon diverged and finally divided into 10 distinct properties. They are what we know as Fireoth. Sephiroth is the plural form of the divinity outflow. Apocalypse created him because of his unique life form, the most perfect creature in matter, energy, information, and soul. He is the soul of the sun, and his life essence is the quantum ghost of the star. He has a material form because of human observation, but his essence is still a creature that straddles matter, quantum, soul, and the collective consciousness of human beings. Humans gave him a material body. Apocalypse created his soul of the star. Clones dedicated to him the collective consciousness of human beings, and higher dimensional projections formed his essence. These are the 4 worlds: the material world, the formation world, the creation world, and the divine world. 22 paths, 10 Fireoth for worlds, and 3 pillars. Sephiroth should have another name. Kabbalistic Tree of Life. Sephiroth is the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, which is the blueprint of the perfect existence created by Apocalypse. He himself is the super technology designed by Apocalypse, the supreme existence in the field of human life, the Tree of Life array. Charles stared at the giant tree in the center of his sight. He stared at the roots that pierced into the void, and the extremely brilliant fruit of the tree of life on the crown that represented the supreme existence of human life. He desperately used his telepathy to search for the familiar soul fluctuations. Wolverine, Laser Eyes, Pixie, and Stormsword. But he could only feel the incomparably vast life and soul fluctuations on the giant tree in vain. The fluctuations that contained everything and merged everything. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes in vain. This is the completion plan of human beings, the most terrible plot of apocalypse, with the help of war, plague, famine, and death, will finally complete the ultimate life, except for humans who go to other dimensions, except for humans who turn into quantum states. Everyone will complete the completion in this final tree of life. Humans will perish in 2 hours. Everyone, no matter how humble or noble they are, no matter how small or great they are, will be integrated into the light tree and become the material for the completion plan. Charles Eric. We have no choice but to stand together again and fight for the liberation and survival of human beings. Destroy the tyranny of apocalypse, and the world belongs to humans. Chapter 140. In the extreme environment on the Earth, the dying ecosphere under the high-temperature radiation emerged with a white-silver light, converging into a lake of light like a flowing river. Under the eyes of Charles and Magneto, the wide variety of creatures on the Earth melted into a strong light like a burning candle. At this moment, the Earth has become a flowing sea of light. The fish in the sea of trees in the forest, countless rays of light emerged from the bodies of those creatures, like stars on the ground, from a scattered cluster, blooming all over the earth and the sea, and finally converging into a dazzling sea of light. Charles was stunned on the spot. He looked at this brilliant brilliance of extinction, and the coldness of being slid on his back by a poisonous snake made him shudder. He didn't expect Tian-Chi, who had always been relatively restrained, to be this crazy. The prophet's words no longer need to be proven. Charles had already seen countless brilliant crosses erected on the corpses of the earth. They were glorious and great, brilliant and terrifying. The white crosses that were thousands of meters high could also be clearly seen in space. He saw the white light from the lives on the earth weaving into crosses bit by bit. The apocalypse's human completion plan is about to begin. Charles, we don't have time. The prophet wrote, "It's time for you to make a choice." Magneto looked at Charles and smiled. Charles looked straight at the dazzling white cross, ignoring his stinging eyes, and forced himself to stare at the shadow with 6 pairs of wings in the white light. Charles felt a burning sensation in his eyes, and he couldn't help but shed tears of pain. The intense light had destroyed his optic nerves, but the pain in his eyes was less than 1/10,000th of the pain in his heart. Apocalypse, you lied to me. Charles clenched his hands tightly and stared at the slightly dark shadow in the endless light. His eyes were damaged by the strong light, and his skin was damaged by radiation stimulation. But he still locked on the shadow in the white light with his blurred vision. I choose to resist. Charles enunciated each and every word firmly. He has put everything in the past behind him, feeling deceived and betrayed. There is deep regret in his heart. Now his only wish is to stop apocalypse at all costs and by all means. I once chose to compromise. Apocalypse. Again and again. I made the choice I thought was right. In order to prevent the world from being harmed, they indulged in evil again and again. I maintain the fragile balance between you and this world. I have expectations for you again and again, but you always use facts to prove my failure and cowardice. Again and again. But now, apocalypse, this time I will not indulge in your plot. You let me know that indulging in evil will only cause things to slide into the abyss. There will not be a next time, apocalypse. I will stop you with my life. Charles's hair quickly turned white, dry and gray, as if he had lost his life force. His hands, which were holding the armrest tightly, became dry and twisted, like an old man with one foot in the grave. Deep, Dry wrinkles crawled over his face. This old man's body was filled with unimaginable power. In the blink of an eye, the body that was full of vitality became short and shriveled, as if the things that were full of life had been sucked away by something. Contrary to the rapid aging of his body, Charles's eyes showed unprecedented strength and firmness. His spiritual flame burned fiercely, like a dry and greasy torch. Such a strong will seem to affect the real world. When the light passed in front of him, it seemed to be caught by something and disappeared without a trace. Charles's shadow became dark and deep, but the light in his eyes was stronger than ever. The light outlined a shallow outline next to his eyes, and then this outline stood up. He was like the shadow of the professor. It looked like Charles decades ago. With a powerful spiritual force binding the light, the professor who burned his life, his psychic power broke through the shackles and directly interfered with the real world. On the professor's slightly transparent body outlined by the light, there was a conspicuous X on the blue and yellow vest, which made Magneto feel very familiar. Old friend, it's like going back to the good old days. Magneto sighed. Strong electromagnetic waves swept through the stratosphere above the Earth, and with the help of the huge tide of solar radiation, Magneto set off an electromagnetic riot. Countless electromagnetic waves, radiation, and even light broke away from the huge tidal orbit between the Earth and the Sun, forming a storm vortex eye. Innumerable amounts of energy burst out. The tide of lightning and the violent radiation formed a huge plasma in the air. The release of energy up to several trillion pascals turned the huge surface that was hundreds of kilometers wide into a pot of thick porridge. The entangled matter states formed a semi-gelatinous fluid, tumbling in this narrow space. The professor and Magneto joined forces, and the electromagnetic storm quickly supplemented the professor's slightly illusory shadow, and the professor's psionic storm was gradually changing the nature of the electromagnetic storm. A more orderly energy fluctuation replaced chaos and disorder, and the electromagnetic seemed to have become a superconducting material for psychic power, able to react with psychic power. A bolt of lightning struck up from the ground. From the huge cross where Apocalypse is, an unspeakable force participated in the reaction of the psionic storm and the electromagnetic storm. A violent white light reaction appeared in the center of the storm, and then quickly divided into 4 colors: red, green, yellow, and blue. The force lightning from Chinong, with the special nature of the unified force, hit the core of the entanglement of the psionic storm and the electromagnetic storm. The unified energy field of the universe had an indescribable reaction with human mental power, deriving a special power that quickly infected the professor and Magneto. The powerful energy has unparalleled infectivity, and the matter infected by the energy has undergone incredible changes. The energy with the nature of radiation destroyed Charles and Magneto in the first place, and the blue and red light made the 2 spiritual bodies appear in a strange crystalline state. The prophet jumped in the river of time, choosing the most favorable influence factor for them. From the perspective of the prophet, any external factors that interfere with them are controlled to the best and most advantageous position. But to the prophet's despair, the apocalypse has already locked their end. The infinite causal functions of the future collapsed into one solution. Prophet, are you looking for me? Chin Ang's figure appeared at the end of the future. Before the black end, he quietly watched the prophet as if waiting for a conversation from the past. What do you want to do? The prophet said in despair. You see. Chin Ang did not answer her, but watched Magneto and the professor, who were infected by the power of the mind. The soul is a projection from a higher dimension, and the power of the mind is the key to the end of the soul. Have you ever seen a person who paints? He puts a pen on the paper, writes, and changes everything on that piece of white paper. And looking at it from the dimension of that piece of white paper, it is the self-change of that dimension. The consciousness of a lower dimension can never fully recognize the existence of a higher dimension. Our soul is like the shadow of the soul essence projected on a lower dimension, that kind of power from outside the dimension. It gives us the power to change the world. Only free will can change the world. The existence of the human soul is this kind of power. Human free will, with every additional choice, the future function has one more solution. This is the power to create the world, and it is also the power of the soul. And the easiest way to touch this power is the power of the mind, that is, the power of the mind. Chen Ong stared at the prophet, and an extremely complex puzzle appeared in the void. He gently put down the last piece of the puzzle and landed it in the only vacant position. Now the last piece of the puzzle has been completed. The power of the mind obtained by the professor and Magneto, that is, the tree of life, the original substance representing the foundation, is finally completed. The power that originates from the human soul is also a power that will completely change them. Using the unified origin force of the universe as a spark, it ignites the electromagnetic force that represents matter and the spiritual force that represents the soul, creating a divine power that I have named psionic energy. Humans infected with psionic energy will lose their physical bodies. They will reshape their bodies with crystals. They will be a new race called the Proteus. With the psionic power of the mind as the cornerstone of light, the existence of the original substance representing the foundation of the tree of life, they are qualified to take Star Soul as the name of their race. Chin Ong looked at Magneto and the professor who were in a coma. He smiled and said, "The love-hate relationship between the dark archons and the light archons will continue until the end of the universe. The apes will replace the humans as the kingdom. Then the Star Soul represents the foundation. The Heaven of War represents the glory. The mutants of famine represent the victory. And the son of the sun Sephiroth represents the beauty. Genova the plague represents the power of God. The sea of mind represents mercy. And finally you, the prophet, represents understanding. Death represents wisdom, and I represent the crown, the 10 main substances, the path to the Kabbalah tree of life." Sephiroth turned into a huge shadow and entered the earth. His endless wings pierced into the void like huge tree roots. War, famine, plague, and death gathered for the first time. Heaven was the carrier of materials, and together with the most perfect creature, the mutants of famine, they formed the most perfect. Genova the plague went deep into the core of his body and gave him the vitality of the entire planet. In the Garden of Eden of Death, 2 great trees took root in the middle. The first was the tree of life that Sephiroth had incarnated, and the second was the tree of wisdom that Chen Ong had planted with the equation of wisdom. The soul that flowed out from the highest point of divinity was degraded by the infection of death, fell from the highest substance bit by bit, and finally landed in the kingdom. Heaven and the mutants gave him a physical body. Genova gave him life, and the Garden of Eden of Death dropped his soul. The soul that fell from a higher dimension was bound to the human body under the joint efforts of the 4 great messengers. The fruit at the highest point of the tree of life fell, and Chen Ong caught it. He looked at the existence that represented the highest secret of the soul. The first soul dimensionality reduction experiment is complete. Chin Ong looked at the fruit in his hand. The soul body that descended from a higher dimension is named Apocalypse. The fruit was like a baby stretching its body. Thy name is Apocalypse, the messenger that brings revelation to the world. War is thy warrior, famine is thy captive, plague is thy servant, and death is thy assistant. Thou shalt proclaim my name, so that only my name exists in the world. My Father in heaven, hallowed be the name of the Father, the kingdom of the Father come, the will of the Father be done on earth like companions. In heaven my daily diet give me. Today forgive my debts just as I forgive people's debts. Don't let me meet temptation. Save me from evil, for the kingdom, power, and glory are all the Father as for eternity. The earth was once again filled with flowers, and the trees were once again filled with fruit. Beside the Red Sea in Egypt, Moses raised his long staff, and the Red Sea parted. She stepped on the dry land under her feet and led the Israelites behind her to the other side of the Red Sea. In her arms, there was a fruit lying there quietly. You will build glory in Jerusalem, Apocalypse, because you are the only Son of God. He gave his name to you, and he shared his glory with you. In this world, you have revealed the wisdom of mankind. In the first era, you will be born as a virgin and bring his glory to the world. 1. Chapter 141. After the rain, the road was muddy, mixed with broken grass, excrement, hair, and some oddly shaped objects that even Chinong could not identify. They had been stepped on and stirred into extremely oddly colored mud by people and horses. Slash standing on it, the smell of rotten vegetation, excrement, and blood made people want to stay as far away from this place as possible. When one stepped on it, the splashing of muddy water made people's eyelids twitch, and the air was always filled with a nauseating stench. No one wanted to come to the slums after the rain. The nobles pretended that this place didn't exist, and even their henchmen didn't want to come here. Although the slums were a hellish nightmare after the rain, it wasn't much better when it wasn't raining. Therefore, this place had become a place that even the tax officers avoided. These greedy, shriveled bones would rather go to the dock area to collect the last copper NAR in a sailor's pocket than come here to search through the shabby shacks of these poor people. Everyone knew that they could only find some waste, garbage, or moldy, stinky food here. If they expected to find something valuable here, they might as well sweep the streets in the temple area. Maybe they could smelt some gold from the dust. When the goldsmiths next to the temple of the goddess of wealth smelted gold, there would often be gold dust blown into the streets by the wind. Of course, since such a good thing was discovered, this kind of good work was monopolized by the gangs. The people who worked here were the lowly people of the slums, but the gold they fished out from the acid made by the wizards could only be exchanged for some meager food from the gangs at a low price. Such places that the nobles looked down upon were often active places for gangs. They could get everything they needed here: cheap human lives and manpower, desperate people, murder, betrayal, theft, evil, and faith. The only thing they had to be wary of were the paladins, who might go crazy at any time. Except for them, who would care about the evil happening in these forgotten corners. When Chan-ong put on the cloak, when he appeared here, the numb faces of the poor people on both sides of the road quickly made way for him. They all knew that people in cloaks were not to be trifled with, let alone this lord. Bloody Hand and Human Slayer were his nicknames, although he had only been here for a few days. Chun-Ang's ferocious name had already spread far and wide among the poor people of Deepwater City. Although he had heard of tyrants who committed all kinds of evil in distant countries, liches who manipulated corpses, and giant dragons who turned cities into ruins, these were too far away from the poor, so there was no mention of brutal, bloody hands. It was more intimidating. The boss of the Yalan gang, who was entrenched here, was the best proof of His Excellency Bloody Hand's infamy. More than one eyewitness swore that they saw His Excellency Bloody Hand chopping the Yalan gang's boss into meat paste with a smile. But some others also swore that the Bloody Hand didn't do anything. Instead, they just smiled and let the original members of the Yalan gang mince Yalan into meat paste. No matter what the process was, the final result was the same. Yalan died without a complete corpse. In the original Yalan gang, some went crazy, while others became members of the Bloody Hand gang. They were loyal, firm, and would never betray the gang. Among the fighters behind Chinong, there were a few with bulging muscles who had obviously been magically modified. Their eyes were lifeless, and the smell of blood on them could be smelled with the naked eye. Naturally, there was no telling whether it was their own or someone else's. It was no wonder that even Chinong had a smile on his face when he brought such a group of people through the streets. He seemed to be easy to talk to, and no one dared to offend him. The reason why Chinong came here was because he had his own plans. The eyes of the gods won't leave the prime material world for a while. They have enough patience and time. On the continent, they also have considerable influence. They also have considerable influence, and the major churches will be like bloodthirsty hounds in pursuit of my traces. Thinking of this, Chin Ang's eyes revealed a look of interest. He had long since stopped feeling emotional distress, unease, and nervousness because of such a small matter. Anger and fear were normal emotions for others, but they hadn't happened to him for a long time. The good news was that his mind had become stronger, but the bad news was that he was even less like a human. That was why he was curious about the gods. He was most interested in the knowledge of the gods and the multiverse, followed by arcane spells and magic. According to Chun Ang's style, he would definitely create some interesting things for this world, creating some waves in the calm and chaotic world. However, the laws of this universe limited this. In the macroscopic world, the laws of physics didn't seem to change much, but in the microscopic world, this universe overturned most of the laws that Chinong knew. The laws of this world were so strict and strange that Chinong had no choice but to study and experiment with most of his knowledge. The weave, spell slots, planes, and gods. This was a whole new system of the world. The seeds of danger grew in the darkness, and changes that were enough to shake the foundations of this world gradually took shape because of a visitor from another world. The restless gods watched the prime material world from the upper planes, and they felt the throne beneath them shake. "Boss!" The leader of the junkyard lowered his head in fear when he saw Chinong. This was the garbage dump of Deepwater City. The river that flowed through the city carried the garbage to the sea. The river that was designed by the scholar had a strong carrying capacity and rapid currents. It could transport both garbage and goods. It was of great importance to Deepwater City. This was also the Yalan Gang, an important source of income for the Bloodhound Gang. A few poor people in rags peeked at Chinong carefully. They stood in the chest-high river, using hooks and baskets to pick out the useful parts of the rubbish. A withered corpse floated down the river, and the eyes of the fisherman closest to it lit up. He hurriedly hooked it and tied it to his back. Corpses were also valuable here. Moreover, they were the most valuable things. Due to the Church of the King of the Dead, the liches and undead were in dire need of magic materials. As the god of death, Kalember hated undead creatures to the core, so corpses that had undergone a death ceremony were especially difficult to be desecrated. It could be said that any undead creatures that had designs on these corpses would be hunted down by the Church of the Dead. Of course, even if they didn't do it, it would still be the same, but at least they wouldn't be noticed. Corpses abandoned in the river were worth a lot of money. A healthy adult male could be sold for a gold drawl, while the corpses of children, the elderly, and the sick could be sold for 5 silver dirhams. The price of women was not fixed, and sometimes it was higher. Sometimes it was lower, and the mutilated and rotting corpses could only be sold at a low price. All corpses in the slums belonged to the Yalan Gang, unless their relatives were willing to pay a priest to bury them. Even then, they had to endure the beatings and extortion from the gang, and each person had to pay a silver dirham for the dead. Colin. Chun Ong stared at the person in charge, causing him to kneel down in fear. Colin didn't know if Chinong was the kind of person who hated the desecration of corpses, but this wasn't something to be afraid of. What was scary was that he didn't know the new leader's personality and temper. If Chinong was a follower of Kalember, then he was finished. Under normal circumstances, the leader wouldn't kill his subordinates, but there were 2 exceptions. First, he was the new leader and hadn't established a bloody reputation yet. He had to protect his brutal reputation. Second, he didn't care. Unfortunately, Chinong was in both situations. Fortunately, Chinong didn't trust anyone. Colin was forgiven. "You've done well." Chun Ang's praise made Colin heave a sigh of relief. "But there's no doubt that you can do better. You have to work hard, and it's the same for the goods you sell. Even a lich has needs. Our customers' needs are our needs. We have to worry about our customers' needs. And in order to provide better necromancy materials, we have to improve the quality of our goods. Low-grade materials like corpses aren't worth much. How much can you earn from a corpse? Mages don't lack money, but they lack time. We have to sell their time for our own money. Chin Ong stood up as he spoke. He gestured. Faced with a corpse like this, we have to continuously break down the components that make up the value of the corpse. We have to find all the components that create value. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and skull have to be specific. We have to delve deeper into necromancy materials and strive to provide materials that are at the standard of spellcasting materials. We have to actively contact our customers and find out what they need. Do they want a fresh corpse or a rotten one? Do they want a large skeleton or a small skeleton? Do they want organs? Can they accept dried organs? Quality materials need to be analyzed in detail. For example, the bones of a youth are the most valuable, but the organs of a youth aren't bad either. Not only do we have to provide standard materials, we also have to provide special materials. Corpses of mercenaries, corpses of virgin girls, corpses filled with hatred, corpses of murdered people, murder weapons, hair, and the blood of the dead. We have to develop these materials that have been overlooked. This is the foundation for the growth and prosperity of the gang. Cole was a gloomy young man. At this moment, he was staring at his new boss, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. Under the evil detection, he was already an extremely evil person. How would Chin Ong, who was even crueler and more evil than him, behave? It should be evil so thick that it was almost black. Cole, evil is not the goal, but the result. Chin Ong seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He smiled and said, "Think about your goal, Cole. You don't do these things for fun, excitement, and fun. Those people are crazy. You are a normal person. These are just jobs. Jobs that earn you money. Jobs that allow you to enjoy yourself. There is no difference in survival. It has nothing to do with justice or evil. You just want to live a better life, right?" The smile on Chun Ang's face made Cole feel a bone-chilling fear. He quickly nodded in agreement, afraid that a huge axe would fall on his head. "You're very smart, Cole. Welcome to our family." Chin Ong smiled. "I don't care about your beliefs and standpoint, but pure evil makes people feel helpless, right? No one likes to live with lunatics. Those who are obsessed with murder, abuse, and betrayal don't seem to like this world. They're so obsessed with death. That's why they were sent to see Sirik and Bane." Cole thought about the origin of Chun Ang's reputation as the Bloody Hand. This was a name that was dyed red with the blood of the most terrifying and crazy people in the slums. The Skinners, the Decapitators, the Bloody Skulls, the Black Hands, and the Ravens. He was crueler than a cruel ninja, more tyrannical than a tyrannical person, and more evil than an evil person. This was the Bloody Hand that everyone feared. He was a serious, evil, and creative boss that everyone feared and obeyed. "Business is business, Cole." Cole hurriedly replied, "Business is business, boss." "I understand. I'll send Sirik's statue out later." Cole thought to himself, "I shouldn't have learned those teachings before. I'm crazy to be obsessed with those things. Gold dirhams are our faith. Talk to the Scattered Forest Tower and the Kingdom of the Dead. Ask them to provide us with magical materials or equipment for preserving corpses." Chin Ong gestured for Cole to take note of his words. But Cole was in a difficult position. The existence of magic on the continent was very expensive. "Don't worry, Cole. Tell them that this is to provide them with better materials. Ask them to pay with materials. Is that the bottom line? Just 80 healthy male corpses will do." Chin Ong smiled. This way, there was a chance that this deal would succeed. However, they didn't have that many goods on hand. Cole looked up in confusion. He saw Chun Ong looking in the direction of Waterdeep City. There were far more than 80 members of the Thieves' Guild and gangs there. Chapter 142. Darkness was the perfect lover of slaughter. The world of thieves was filled with betrayal, deceit, and bloodshed. The world of the dark side had its own ancient and obscure laws. Every wanderer and sneaky person in the shadows unconsciously obeyed these laws, fulfilling their ancient agreement with the darkness. If you have read this chapter, Please go to murder, betrayal and deceit, tyranny, hatred, and evil, just like what Bane and Sirik had blessed. This was where their godhood was and the ancient origin of the laws of this world. According to this tradition, Chen Ong would have to face a series of conspiracies and tests from the dark forces. He also needed to use cruelty, tyranny, and terror to maintain his dignity and deter anyone who dared to extend their claws into his territory. In this process, the murder, betrayal, madness, and tyranny would greatly please the evil gods. This ritualistic tradition would greatly compete for the power of darkness. Anyone who tried to challenge this tradition would encounter an even deeper temptation from the darkness. But Chen Ong did not care. He did not have the time, energy, or interest to play these ancient games with them. Thus, he decided to use an even more ancient, dark tradition to deal with the upcoming crisis. This tradition was called, "The one with the biggest fist is the boss." It was also known as violence to solve all problems. This included conspiracies, opposition, possible traitors, petty conspiracies, and endless small troubles. If killing could not solve the problem, then it must be because there was not enough killing. Of course, violence could not solve the problem, but at least it could solve most of the problems. This was the logic of darkness. The strong were king, and it was an ancient and deeply rooted tradition. Whether it was in the light or the dark, Farron or Greyhawk, Earth or Toriel, this logic was valid in most situations. With such a continuous and effective strategy, Chen Ong had no reason not to use it. Under the shadow of dusk, Chen Ong smiled as he stood in the darkness, gazing at Deepwater City. Behind him, a few black shadows gradually became blurry under the hazy twilight. Under the hazy twilight, there was suddenly a trace of coldness. Deepwater City lived up to its name. It had the best deepwater port in the entire southern half bay. In fact, this was where the name of Deepwater City came from. This was the largest cargo port in the south. The merchants here offered generous offerings to Umberlee and Talos, not to pray for their protection, but to avoid the wrath of the gods. In this prosperous city, money brought evil. In fact, this place was surrounded by good forces. However, the power of evil was even stronger. Many paladins saw this evil city as a thorn in their side, but because of the delicate political situation and the economic status of Deepwater City, they were powerless. The kindness that protected order was nothing but a joke when faced with the evil of order itself. In this aspect, they couldn't even compare to the idiots of chaos and kindness. The dock area was the source of Deepwater City's wealth. Over the past 200 years, the wealth that flowed here had grown to a level comparable to the 30 red dragons. Of course, he definitely wasn't some freak with an ancient Roman name. Instead, he was a standard adult red dragon that liked shiny things and had the same sense of beauty as the dwarves. So there was a thief here. The only thing that drove them wasn't faith or faction, but money. One of the strongest existences in the entire world. The supreme god of the universe, great god Mani. The entire material plane. More than 60% of intelligent creatures were his devout believers. He exercised his supreme divine power through his shiny divine power. Chen Ong thought that Sirik and Bane's evil faith was too unstylish. Violence and murder were always means to achieve an end, not the end itself. Evil for the sake of evil, murder for the sake of murder, tyranny for the sake of tyranny. It sounded stupid. Only great God Mani could be the most loyal faith of the rogues and darkness. He had never let his believers down in the multiverse and the other worlds. With just a little bit of Mani's power, Chen Ong successfully obtained the information he wanted. Of course, this was also related to the few bloody corpses in the tavern. 8 deliverable goods were in his hands. Rogues like to hide in narrow and complicated terrains. Unfortunately, Chen Ong also liked it, because the pure steel crossbow he made could only unleash its terrifying destructive power within 50 feet. If the composite material did not reach 5,000 pounds, it would be a shame to the technological civilization. Even so, those cautious, rat-like rogues were really troublesome. They didn't have a fixed stronghold and didn't seem to have much influence. However, without controlling them, it would never be possible to control the underground world. In this way, it would be meaningless to deal with the Thieves' Guild in Deepwater City. In order not to disturb these little rats, who are extremely sensitive to the slightest movement, Chen Ang's actions must be ruthless, fast, accurate, and stable. With a straightforward speed, he would make the Thieves' Guild history. No rogue could be underestimated. They were cautious and meticulous. In long-term training, their senses were sharp and their intuition was strong. They could hardly be ambushed and attacked. Every rogue was extremely careful, even somewhat neurotic and sick. However, a rogue who lost this characteristic would soon disappear in this cruel world. It wasn't difficult to kill a rogue. Even a cautious fox couldn't beat a good hunter, but it was extremely difficult to completely annihilate a rogue organization. Moreover, it was an ancient behemoth like the Thieves' Guild. Even a branch was not easy to deal with. To achieve this, the most important condition was information. Population is a valuable asset. Chun Ong stood on the tallest sentry tower in the slums and pointed at the endless rows of shacks below. This place used to be a lighthouse near the harbor. Ever since the merchants who came and went to the slums and built the forward camp, eradicating the evil creatures that occupied the most advantageous terrain and building Deepwater City, this place had been abandoned. However, it was still the tallest building in the slums. It was also an important stronghold of the original Yalan gang. Wealth and value can't be created out of thin air. We need these. Chen Ong pointed to the numb slums below and pointed to the craftsman area near the dock area in the distance. And these? Only by combining tools and population can we create wealth for us. Chen Ong indicated. In front of him, several backbone members of the Bloody Hand gang were thoughtful. They were all selected by Chen Ong. In Chen Ang's opinion, they weren't so stupid. So, I need you to create wealth more efficiently and control the population. But what should we do? Make use of the lowly slums here to build workshops? Lek, the accountant of the Bloody Hand gang, was puzzled. The people here are too stupid. They don't have noble blood, so they can't take on jobs with higher intelligence. They can't learn craftsmanship and they can't read. I know, Chen Ong said slowly. He looked at the seemingly human people, curled up indifferently on the roadside. These people had been struggling on the edge of survival for generations. Their intelligence and ability had deteriorated to an extremely dangerous level. Compared to the aristocrats with excellent heredity, their intelligence was almost like that of two different species. But every dog has its value. You just lack the eyes to find them. To make them create value, you need to let them see hope, Chen Ong said seriously. Hope? Lek and his classmates chewed on this strange word, feeling that Mr. Bloody Hand in front of them. They felt that the Bloody Hand in front of them looked like the priests of the good gods who were trying to preach in the slums. Yes, hope is a good thing. It can make the lazy become diligent, the ignorant become shrewd, and the numb and lifeless become hardworking and passionate. Chen Ong smiled, but in Lek's eyes he looked like a demon. Give them a little bit of cheap hope in exchange for their independence and hard work. Creating wealth and value for us is a fair business, isn't it? What a precious thing hope is. It's very fair to exchange freedom and money for it. Lek heard Chen Ang's low voice. Because of the darkness contained in it, he shivered. He no longer dared to doubt the evil and horror of his boss. His boss could come up with such an idea, which was like a devil's contract. Was his boss really not a superior devil incarnated from hell to the human world? They need a role model, a person who can rely on their own efforts and struggle, a kindred person who can change their fate. We need to let them believe that through their own efforts and struggle, they can get rid of this fate, a very certain hope. Not because of luck, not because of other factors, but because of their own efforts and success. Chun Ong asked in a low voice, Do you understand what I mean? But Lek was a little hesitant. Encouraged by Chenong, he dared to question, "There is no such person. This kind of person can exist." "Then let's create one." Chenong replied without hesitation. "Even if it's a deception, it's for their own good. Find out those who are likely to succeed. Give them a little help so that they can achieve those results that are impossible to achieve. It's not difficult. As long as we loosen the rope that strangles their necks a little and let them breathe a sigh of relief, they can do such a thing. But they won't believe it. No, they will." People in deep despair would crazily believe in an illusory dream. They would force themselves to believe in it, because no matter how bad the hope was, it was still better than nothing. It was not a bad thing to let them believe in it and obtain that little bit of pitiful comfort. Nothing is more terrible than the present, isn't it? But it will soon be revealed. When we harvest our wealth from them, they will find that they have nothing again. They will continue to live like salted fish, and they will hate us even more. Lek took out the courage of his life and questioned Chenong. "It won't be revealed." Chenong said, "We have to change the way. If we kill the lambs, they will desperately resist, but if we harvest their milk and wool, they will endure it. Be careful with your lambs. Let's change the way. The poor have no identity. They are not the lambs of the Lord, nor are they the free people of the city. They have no one to rely on, and no one will accept them. This means that they can only be under our control. It's easy to choose a channel and harvest their wealth, our wool and milk." Chenong continued to smile. "There are many ways. We can give them loans, and we can open banks for them to deposit money. Of course, these are difficult to operate and not suitable for us. In places where we can directly control, we have the decisive thing, the land. The land here is ours. We buy the land here at a low price, and then hire the cheap people here to build the land. Finally, we will build the houses and sell them at an amazing price, and harvest the wealth of those people. They have no other choice, right? And they won't complain, because this is business, and business is business." Facing the gang's backbone, who looked at him dumbfounded and even a little afraid of him, Chenong's face was calm. "This is a long-term plan. Now, we have some more convenient ways to harvest our wealth." Chenong led the group back to the tower. Inside was a small greenhouse, which was taken care of by a low-level druid. There were clumps of inconspicuous herbs growing in the greenhouse. The most eye-catching part of those plants were the long and thin leaves with lanceolate lobes. They were palm-shaped and had a dark green surface. The young leaves on the back had white hairs, and the adult leaves were hairless. The edges of the adult leaves were curved inwardly. This was a special product of earth, a kind of tobacco that the Dutch people loved to see. It was a modified version from another world, and it guaranteed that the taste wouldn't change. It could refresh the mind, raise the spirit, and make people high. At the same time, it reduced the toxicity of the tobacco. It was not a problem to quit a dozen times a day. A social organization that did not sell tobacco was not a dynamic social organization. With this special product as a lubricant, Chenong's organization began to grow vigorously. Tobacco, which was sold in the name of magic materials, provided the Bloody Hand Gang with a large amount of money, which made people jealous. If money alone was not enough to cause a violent reaction in the underworld, then a new species and product with huge profits was enough to cause the greed of the entire underworld. This was a greedy trap. Chapter 143. In the laboratory under the watchtower, a green-skinned goblin was tied to the test bench. It looked at Chenong in fear, its mind trembling, almost crazily. It struggled and wailed as the magical vessel in Chenong's hand emitted a wonderful brilliance. In its chaotic brain, the fear it had for Chenong could already be said to be carved into its bones. The painful memories of this little creature without intelligence had engraved fear and nightmares in its weak soul. "Master, master, don't! Master!" The goblin trembled all over and screamed a few clear words in the common language. This behavior had exceeded 99% of its kind and reached the unique level among the goblins. One had to know that whether goblins were intelligent creatures or not. The mages had a dispute that lasted for 2 eras. However, a miracle happened here. A wild gnome, under extreme fear, displayed the performance of an intelligent creature. It used facts to prove that under extreme fear, any creature had the ability to stimulate the potential of intelligence. Pseudopropylamine extract solution, goblin sample, 12th test. Chin-Ong said indifferently. There was a pure blue powder in his hand, flashing with magic. The cold and pure color seemed to calm people down completely. Ephedrine extracted from plants, changed its nature through alchemy, and produced this arcane version of the cold poison potion. No matter how the goblins struggled and begged, Chin-Ong still firmly injected the potion into its blood vessels. As the blue potion spread, the struggling goblin gradually calmed down. Its pupils began to dilate slightly. Its heartbeat went from rapid to steady, and its ferocious face became calm, even calm and detached. Chin-Ong let go of the goblin and opened its crumbling eyelids. He watched the goblin's eyes turn from lax to extremely focused. Rationality, calmness, and even wisdom were revealed. The goblin deftly untied the iron chain on its left hand, which surprised Chin-Ong. Although Chin-Ong had specifically used a lock with a relatively simple structure, this kind of fine steel lock would take a lot of effort. Even an official rogue would have to spend some effort to unlock this kind of fine steel lock. Master, 9527, reporting for duty. The goblin respectfully prostrated at Chin-Ang's feet. 9527 was its serial number, and Chin-Ong had also read it in front of them. Of course, it was in a chaotic and extremely noisy environment. Surprisingly, 9527 immediately recalled it. This was something that most humans could not do, which meant that the goblin's intelligence had reached at least 12 points at this moment. Pseudopropylamine performed well in human trials. Putting aside its magical effect on Earth, in this world, this kind of deoxymetahydrate had the same magical effect as a magic potion. It had an extremely good effect in spellcasting, concentration checks, and skill checks. It was equivalent to a weakened version of Fox's cunning. It even had a strong effect on mages' meditation and spellcasting. In this world, it was a very effective potion that was widely welcomed by spellcasters and nobles. Of course, this was also a demonic potion that could give the user intelligence and comprehension abilities, even with the increased efficiency of contact with the magic net, far more than those expensive spices. If taken in a short period of time, the hidden effects would not be very obvious. But the benefits it brought to the user would be returned 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Just like the devil's promise, it was beautiful and full of temptation on the surface. But in reality, it was extremely evil. So the full name of this potion was the devil's ice temptation. This was not the most powerful thing about this potion. Its most terrifying ability was to increase the efficiency of spellcasters' meditation. This ability could even be given to suspected intelligent creatures such as goblins, kobolds, and ogres during the effective period of the potion. The possibility of becoming a mage, not a warlock, not a priest, but a mage famous for wisdom and knowledge. But as its name suggested, this ability was also the devil's promise. It looked beautiful, but in reality it was an even more terrible trap. To exert this magical effect, it needed 12 times the amount of normal human beings. In other words, one-time addiction. Mages who took the ice poison had to undergo a DC of 14 will check every day, and every time they took the potion, they would receive a +1 bonus. If they failed the will check and refused to continue taking the ice poison, the mage would fall into a state of paralysis, poison, helplessness, attribute decrease, disease, fear, loss of will, panic, and dizziness. There were more than 9 negative states in total, and the degree of the negative state would increase with the increase in the will check. Mages who passed the will check would be affected by the 9 negative states, half the normal value of the check. Mages who failed the will check would have to take more ice poison to maintain normal mental state and cast spells. Such mages were called magic addicts. After taking the ice poison every day, the magic addicts would gain spell slots. After the will check of the magic addicts exceeded 50, their casting ability would be related to the ice poison. After taking more than 5 times the daily dose of ice poison, the mage would be able to reset all their spell slots. Taking the ice poison repeatedly would restore the corresponding number of spell slots according to the dosage and body size. Qin Ong was still trying to figure out the special ability of the magic addicts, but its ability to control mages and evil creatures was unique. This evil method helped Qin Ong gather an evil army of more than 1,000 people 2 weeks after he started experimenting with the potion. Although most of the members were gnomes, there was no lack of strong races such as gnolls and ogres. The number of spellcasters in the army was astonishing. There were more than 50 low-level spellcasters, most of which were magic addicts. Of course, they were still increasing and being eliminated at a very fast rate. On average, for every 5 magic addicts, there would be 1 original magic addict who could not keep up with the speed of Qin Ang's potion supply in the will check. The magic addicts were crazy and tyrannical. They would indiscriminately attack all creatures that came into their sight, but Qin Ong could control and drive them through the ice poison. In addition to the ice poison, Qin Ong had also developed the blood of madness based on Amphi's life and the water of passion based on Guika's. The magic addicts and the magic addicts army grew rapidly in the abandoned mines outside of Deepwater City. In Deepwater City, from the port area to the noble area, there was an undercurrent surging. Because of the popularity of a certain kind of tobacco, the entire underground world of Deepwater City had set their eyes on the unknown Bloody Hand Gang. The entire port area was in an uproar because of this magical spice. A soundless and sinister undercurrent was surging towards the Bloody Hand Gang. All the forces were drooling over this fat piece of meat. The only reason they could still control their temper was because the Union of Thieves, the uncrowned king of the underground forces in Deepwater City, was calm. Everyone knew that. This was an oath to their sphere of influence. Of course, it was not to protect the Bloody Hand Gang, but to declare, "This prey is in my territory, master." 9527 stood up from the ground. There was already a faint fluctuation of the magic net on its body. Qin Ong was very interested in this mutated gnome. Gnomes were the only species that could have a blood reaction with these special drugs. 9527's performance in intelligence had far exceeded that of its own kind. The magically modified version of the pseudopropyl ammonia extract was on the body of the gnome. It had an irreversible transformation effect. According to Qin Ang's dissection, the brain of the gnome was only the size of a walnut. Even if 9527 was mutated, it was only the size of a fist. However, the structure of their brain was extremely special. The folds of the brain were several orders of magnitude higher than that of humans. It was as if the shape of the mucosal folds of the small intestine was placed in the brain. In their brains, there were even traces of high intelligence in the atrophied part. In Qin Ang's view, the structure and molecules were very similar to the biological computer developed by China in the X-Men world. This meant that the gnomes might have come from a fallen advanced civilization, an advanced technological civilization that could be loaded with biological computing chips. Because of Qin Ang's abuse of the drugs, the gnomes had awakened their once high intelligence by an extremely coincidental reason. It was also because of the side effects of the drugs that their brains had to specifically create a gland to secrete alkaline toxins. Now, 9527 was only an isolated case, but Qin Ong would soon discover this and spread this mutation. It was foreseeable that there would be a place for these demon-addicted gnomes on the stage of the Farron continent in the future. 9527, according to the laboratory regulations, you will be given limited freedom. You will have limited freedom. You can now leave storage room number 1 and enter containment room number 3. Chun-Ong said calmly as he continued to analyze the data of the drug experiment. Yes, Master, the great ruler of evil, the Lord of demon addiction, the shadow of nightmares, and the monarch of poison. 9527 piously kissed the ground at Chun-Ang's feet. I will be your loyal servant, practitioner of evil. Your will is the driving force for our survival. Your command is our only mission. 9527 bowed his head in awe. His fear and reverence for Chun-Ong had been deeply engraved in his soul. Because of the rule of law, Chun-Ong would have unquestionable dominion over them and obtain their devout faith. Of course, the gods they believed in were the Lord of demon addiction and the monarch of poison. If Chun-Ong continued to develop the path of demon addiction, there would be a place for him in the abyss. The abyss would no doubt favor this demon monarch, and his demon addiction legion would shake the entire multiverse. In fact, the force of evil in the multiverse had already favored Chun-Ong. The will of the abyss longed for his fall, and his soul would be the darling of the entire abyss. Passing by the material room, 9527 stared at the dull and numb eyes of his kind. He watched as they crazily rushed into the gap between the railings because they smelled the frost poison, stretching their short green hands out of the railings and grabbing at 9527 in a frenzy. The drooling, red-eyed, crazed ones of their kind. The only thing they could do was to use various languages: the common tongue, dwarven tongue, elven tongue, and giant tongue. 9527 even heard a spellcaster goblin shouting the same sentence in the draconic tongue that was full of elemental power. Give me the medicine. Give me the medicine. Master, give me our master. Give me. 9527 stood in front of them with a cruel smile. It said hoarsely, "You reptiles are not worthy to be my kind. Only under the will of Master are there my kind. Goblins are noble, the kin of Master, and the blessing of evil. We are evil and powerful, and we unite under one banner to carry out the great will of Master. Praise Master. Praise demon addiction. Praise evil." 9527 felt a powerful energy surging in its body. Its skin turned red, and it sprayed a thick alkali poison from its mouth. The dark blue poisonous mist drifted into the goblins, making them frantically agitated. Medicine, medicine, check it out. The goblins sucked in the dark blue poisonous mist in the air obsessively. They looked at 9527 standing behind the railing excitedly and forced the arm-thick iron railing open. They were fearless and powerful, as if they were superimposed with 5 layers of bloodlust. They swarmed around 9527 in a frenzy, becoming its most chaotic and frenzied army. The goblins did not know pain, and their minds were clear but crazy. Their combat power was not inferior to the average army. Goblins in a completely berserk state were resistant to most charm spells. They were the cheapest and most cost-effective army. If they were equipped with good equipment, their combat power would not be inferior to the average elite army. Demon addiction spellcasters, demon addiction warlocks, demon addiction druids, and demon addiction priests. When the spellcasters grew up, this army might be able to shine in the Faerun continent. Chun-Ong glanced at the goblins kneeling at 9527's feet and turned back to the experiment. 9527 led the goblins and knelt at his feet. The goblins cried out in fear and excitement, "Master, Master!" The great lord of demon addiction, the poison monarch, the blessing of evil. I obey your guidance, learn your teachings, and carry out your path and your will. This is the only purpose of our existence. Go, bring more of your people back. Build your own workshops in the mines. Cultivate more demon addiction spellcasters and conquer more evil creatures for me. 9527. I order you to be their commander. Build an elite army for me and completely rule the evil kingdom of the wilderness. Learn the civilization of intelligent creatures, create your own civilization, and develop your own power. Chapter 144. Politics was a complicated game. New. In Waterdeep City, no one was the master of this city. Even the nobles who ruled here had to compromise and compromise when facing the evil forces of the underground world. No one could do things without worry, unless they wanted to be everyone's enemy. Conflict and compromise were the essence of this game. When the Bloodhand Gang's special tobacco rapidly spread in this port city, these big shots had acutely smelled the scent of profit and blood. This cheap and practical magic material had absorbed a large number of gold dirhams in a very short period of time. It could be said to be a shocking amount of wealth. More than 500 pounds of goods were digested without a trace in the market. If it was any other place, it might not be so smooth, but Waterdeep City was different. It was the shipping hub of the entire South. Every day, a huge amount of goods came from all directions. Merchant ships from all walks of life transshipped their goods and replenished their supplies here. Every merchant was eager to fill their cabins and return to their hometowns with riches. Faerun had hallucinogenic plants. Blue magic powder was a popular casting material for mages. Not only could it bring a sense of euphoria and hallucinations, but it could also temporarily increase intelligence and charm. Even the side effects were extremely mild. The only downside was that it was expensive. Damn expensive, damn expensive. Items that inherited the arcane magic did not have the most expensive ones, only the more expensive ones. This kind of rare magic material, its price could make a low-level mage go bankrupt. And if one became addicted to blue magic, it could make a king want to sell his own crown. Other than that, there were also hallucinogenic potions, such as pain water and mordant tea. However, none of them were as cheap as the special tobacco. The price was simply unbelievably low. 1 gold drawl could buy a pound of it and smoke it to one's heart's content. This plant did not have any special environmental requirements or strict cultivation conditions. A low-ranked druid could plant a large area of it. It was simply an important economic crop for a strong country and its people. It didn't even need 20 years. On every piece of land on the Faerun continent, anyone with a little bit of money could lie on their own bed and smoke. They could enjoy this cheap happiness. It could create countless economic benefits. It would become the most important spice for sea routes. Yes, this cheap and harmless tobacco was seen by many as a spice gifted by the gods. Even the priests of the Order God who were most hostile to hallucinogenic items had to admit the harm that this kind of tobacco did to the body was not worth mentioning. Compared to the other dangers on the Faerun continent, this was just a little bit of addiction. Quitting 8 to 10 times a day would suffice. It was as gentle as the comfort of the gods. Many priests of the Chaos gods had already used this spice in their rituals, like the Lady of Joy, and its effects were widely praised. Some of the good gods of Chaos even encouraged their believers to accept these things in order to strengthen the spiritual connection between the believers and the god. In fact, they were the first to order this special tobacco. Most of them were from the major shrines. They would use these things in their gatherings and prayer ceremonies. Some priests would even use them in their private prayers in order to become one with God and feel the way of God. Chun Ong expressed his admiration for these masters of psychology who were proficient in self-hypnosis and hypnosis. With this special perfume, the efficiency of their self-hypnosis was effectively improved. One could not help but sigh with emotion. Since ancient times, drugs were paired with charlatans. He quickly launched a special version of the special spices, using more complicated and cumbersome formulas and more gorgeous packaging to ruthlessly slaughter this group of fat sheep. For the past few days, every morning, Deepwater City would wake up in the clouds. In the noble district, the extravagant nobles had already started to burn these spices in their mansions. It made them feel like they were in a dream, intoxicated and floating. Such a flourishing scene amazed every merchant who came to Deepwater City. It really is a city of dreams. Those who knew the situation exclaimed, "It really is a city of sin." Chin Ong said expressionlessly as he looked at the city shrouded in smoke. Not everything in this world was within his expectations, just like how he would never have thought that the Faerun continent would praise this special medicine. Druids were happy for it, mages treated it like a treasure, even the gods blessed it. Dwarves loved it and mixed it with tobacco in the mines. Elves loved it and emptied their illusions in meditation. When Chun Ong saw the streets and alleys where the special tobacco was being openly traded, his underlings ran around like merchants, bargaining for the price. He saw the people in the slums smiling happily, sweeping away their previous numbness and decadence. They planted tobacco on every piece of land that could be planted and hung it in front of and behind their houses. He saw the children in the slums using coarse wooden boxes to store dried tobacco leaves, scurrying around the streets and alleys, avoiding the tax officials and selling tobacco to the whole city. He saw the youths in the slums scrambling to join the bloody hand gang that they were originally afraid of. In order to protect their own tobacco leaves, they fought against the rival gangs with all their might. Chun Ong had to admit that he had greatly underestimated the evil and depravity of Faerun. Although the process was a little strange and twisted, Chun Ong finally achieved his goal. The villains of the bloody hand gang still walked in the streets and alleys with daggers and poisons, but they no longer hid in the shadows and did sneaky things. Instead, they openly went in and out of the commercial places in Deepwater City and confronted the merchants with obscure languages. The new force, led by Lek, dressed like a gentleman and behaved like a noble. They imitated the feeling that Chun Ong brought them. The new force in the slums also received the most rigorous training in the harsh environment. They would be familiar with their daggers like they were with their levers. A big, controllable net spread out from the slums little by little, and the end of this big net was held in Chun Ang's hand, bringing him power and threat. The whole city is watching and waiting, like wolves peeping at lambs. They are hostile to each other and wary of each other, reaching a fragile and temporary balance. Soon, these predators will pounce on us, who have great benefits. Lek looked serious. He held the warnings he had received from different sources in his hands. Then they will find out who the wolves are. Chun Ong smiled, and he turned the ring on his right index finger, which symbolized power and token. Many people are waiting for our response. Your Excellency. Lek couldn't help saying, "It's not that no one is on our side. The enemies of the Thieves' Guild and some other organizations hope to reach a certain range of cooperation with us." "What are they expecting?" Chun Ong asked with a smile. "This world is complicated, and there are mutual checks and balances. Every giant has enough constraints around it because the world is balanced and there must be an equal weight on the other side of the chip. Every existence has its own elements of checks and balances. That's politics. Through this game, we can take advantage of this balance. Like a goblin stepping between two giants, we keep balance and stability, sell most of the benefits, and protect the part that we can eat. Then, you will struggle in the coming storm and waves. You will use all your skills and pay any price to survive. Then the organization will be stable and strong." Chun Ong spread out his hands and looked into Lek's eyes. "Yes, Your Excellency. This is the price we must endure and pay." Lek summoned up his courage, bit his lower lip, and said. Chun Ong showed a playful smile and looked at him quietly with eyes that Lek couldn't figure out. There was only the sound of Chun Ong knocking on the walnut table, which was very obvious in the quiet room. In this suffocating silence, Lek's mind was blank, and he had to focus on his pulse, feeling the strong beat again and again. Once, twice, 3 times a long sigh came to his ears like a bottomless tearing sound. The fear in Lek's heart controlled him uncontrollably, and he almost collapsed to the ground. After the sigh, it was Chun Ang's calm voice. Lek, what makes you think that I am a person who needs to endure? Is it my usual tolerance and low-key style, or my too-kind style? Or is it those provocations and those rumors that affect your judgment? A steady and powerful hand rested on his shoulder. Chin Ong gently pushed open the back door of the secret chamber and took Lek along the long passage. Soon, a blazing red river appeared in front of Lek. Above the river of lava, a muscular ogre raised a large hammer and struck the steel plate in his hand. A circular axe that was the size of a human head was starting to take shape. In the lava river, goblins and kobolds pushed the ore into the blazing fire, and the molten steel was collected along the conduit into a huge blast furnace. Lek watched as a furnace of pure molten steel was poured out. Huge steel ingots were crushed by a hydraulic press hundreds of feet high like dough. The steel plate was rolled out by a heavy hammer, and the huge machine drove hundreds of thousands of pounds of casting head to hit the steel plate. Hard plate armor was cast as a whole, and sophisticated weapons were piled up in the corner as if they were free. Tens of thousands of gnomes injected unknown black potions into their bodies under the urging of gnomes who were spewing blue smoke. Armor with burrs and matte edges were strapped on their bodies. In the distance, a mixed army of ogres and hound-head men raised all sorts of pure steel weapons, and a brutal aura wreaked havoc in the smelting factory. Lek held his breath. He stared nervously at the orderly but crazy evil army in the field. He even forgot that he came in above board, and instinctively hid in a corner that brought him a sense of security. Chapter 145. The Dragon and Bell Tavern was the largest and best tavern in Waterdeep City. If you've read this far, please go to the Dragon and Bell Tavern. Clean beds, comfortable service, and the best security in the city. This had to do with its unique location. The Dragon and Bell Tavern was the closest tavern to the Shrine District, where paladins on patrol would occasionally drop by for a drink. Hence, unlike most taverns that were filled with drunken sailors, boorish mercenaries, and hard-pressed adventurers and travelers, this place was favored by merchants from all over the world. They could discuss business here without worrying about being targeted by bad people with bad intentions. Sometimes lesser nobles and high-ranking adventurers would also stay here. The bartender here, Lime, was a man who didn't look very kind. There was a scar that almost tore off half of his face. These scars, with obvious traces of acid magic, indicated a thrilling battle. When a few unusual guests entered the tavern in a single file, the knowledgeable old man only raised his eyes and continued, wiping the glasses in his hand. "Please take us to Moore's room, and some beer, grilled fish, and local fruits." A slender woman wearing a hood whispered to Lime. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Give us 2 more rooms and a bucket of hot water." "Thank you." "Is it Moore the fur merchant?" The old bartender stared at her for a while with his murky eyes. "No, it's Moore the spice merchant." The hooded woman thought for a moment and said with certainty, "There weren't any large forests near Waterdeep City, and there weren't any high-quality furs here. What kind of fur merchant would come here to do business?" Merchants who were buying high-quality leather goods in the northern lands would stay in the port area, even if they passed by Deepwater City. Moore the spice merchant's room was very secluded, but the view was very wide. A shadow behind the hooded woman observed the surroundings and made a gesture to indicate that there was nothing out of the ordinary. The group then stepped into the narrow room. It was a group of adventurers. That's right, they found the Tablet of Fate. They saved the goddess Wigene, thwarted the evil plans of the son of Baal, and destroyed the god of tyranny, Bane. They had an important impact on the history of Faerun. Hidden behind the mysterious veil of history was a group of adventurers. They were always able to obtain all kinds of help for all kinds of reasons, and then perform feats that were not strange no matter what. This included, but was not limited to, slaying gods and ascending to godhood, rescuing a god from the hands of a demon monarch of the bottomless abyss. They were the natural enemies of the dragon race, the nemesis of evil, and the destroyer of conspiracies. Of course, they were also weapons that some people could use. In fact, Whenever there was an intense conflict of interest in an area, there would be a group of lucky adventurers who would accept some inexplicable commission and get involved in a huge conspiracy. For example, right now, Bloodhand is a very mysterious person. There's not much news about him, and most of it is sensational. Moore was somber and taciturn. He looked more like a rogue than a merchant, and he didn't seem to mind exposing it. But we know that he is an extremely terrifying person with outstanding swordsmanship. We only found a very small wound on the Skinner's body. It went from his armpit to his heart. From under the armpit? That's not easy. Quite difficult, especially after we found his weapon. The hooded woman became curious. She leaned forward and asked in a low voice, "What is it that makes you so surprised?" It was a long and narrow leaf. It was 2 feet and 5 inches long and 2 inches wide. The leaves of the palm tree still had the morning dew on them. The ether plane told us that it was this thing that pierced the heart of a 200-pound guy. The prophet said that the guy didn't even have time to resist. He felt a new companion in his heart. It sounds like he picked something from the roadside. The woman's voice was solemn, which was rare. That's not a good thing. The Skinner wailed for a long time. Every beat of his heart brought him immeasurable pain. In fact, there was a palm tree like this in the Skinner's house. We found him underneath it. Moore took a sip of the black tea in front of him and said nervously, "But that doesn't prove anything. Skinner doesn't sound like the name of a good person." The woman shook her head. "Yes, he's a bastard who likes to skin people. But the bloody hand," Moore paused and said with a hoarse voice, "is a person who brings fear." Not long ago, there was a professional who inquired for information for us. You've heard of his name. I watched him disappear into thin air under the palm tree, and then I never saw him again. In the shadows, in any place you can think of, the wanderers who tried to go to the slums all disappeared there. The shadows did not protect them. The veil that used to cover their bodies became a dagger at their throat. If I could, I'd rather not see those things again. Moore's eyes were filled with fear. If you want to hire us, you should provide more detailed information. The hooded woman was unmoved and emphasized. Moore spread his hands and buried his face in them. After a while, he raised his head again. The best wanderers can use the power of the shadows. They can jump in the shadows and hide under the brightest lights. Their daggers are as nimble as their fingers. But there, the shadows become an abyss that devours them. They hide in silence and die quietly. That person is like a ghost. He comes behind the most vigilant wanderers and takes their lives from where they are hiding. Some people die silently in the most remote and unexpected corners. I've heard of it. The woman giggled. There was an old woman who found a corpse in her kettle. She had no choice but to smash the kettle to get the horrifying thing out. He's the best thief here. He can sneak into the most heavily guarded fortress through the smallest gap. Moore sounded a little angry. "Sorry, I didn't know you were his friend." The woman stopped laughing and apologized. "We've heard a lot about this. Some of the corpses are in the tree trunks, some are underground, and most are hidden in some hidden corners. What did the prophet discover? Didn't you hire a priest?" The prophecy didn't have any valuable results. They died there as if it happened naturally, as if the Grim Reaper was on their side. All right, we've accepted the mission, but we can give it up at any time. That's my condition. As for the payment, we'll need to discuss it further. Sulfur, flames, ferocious ogres and goblins, twisted, glowing, heavy and ear-piercing steel, sharp spikes and edges, and blazing steel spikes protruding from every angle and position that one would not expect. This was not hell, but it was better than it. The underground space became more and more extensive under the kobold's expansion. The intricate mechanical pillars made this place impregnable. This was not something that the kobolds, who only had 5 intelligence, could do. They might be able to dig out a stable cave, but they would never be able to dig out a real city underground. Only civilization could create such a miracle, mages or priests. Of course, goblin engineers. These evil and chaotic little things, mud-like existences, had created a miracle. Every day, tens of thousands of vials of frost poison that glowed with blue light were distributed to the goblins, becoming their currency. None of the goblins could resist this miraculous potion. They craved it, and their minds clamored for it. The demon addiction gradually dominated their consciousness. These feelings of longing were more resolute and tenacious than faith, reproduction, survival, and even self-awareness. They even dominated the personality and ego of these little things. Day by day, the number of those who had lost their sense of self and chased after the frost poison like the walking dead increased. But with the large number of goblins, the numbers easily filled the gap. More and more of the demon addicts remained clear-headed, their numbers even exceeding those who had lost their minds. The goblins that were injected with the frost poison became more and more paranoid and insane. The demon addicts constantly tried to dominate their minds, making them smarter. Chapter 146. The port area, core area, and noble area had perfect drainage facilities. The complex underground labyrinth was like another city. Many gamblers, vagrants, and cultists wandered around here. Prostitutes and thieves also lingered here, doing their evil deeds in the dark alleys. Pirates and smugglers were frequent visitors here. They couldn't openly appear in the city, so this was the only place where they could find a comfortable place to rest. The stinky, bloody gold dirhams made this place as prosperous as the port area. A large number of dirty things were exchanged for gold dirhams at low prices, which were then quickly spent on rum, gambling tables, and prostitutes. In the deepest part of the complex underground city, the underground passage hub was shrouded by all kinds of magic auras. This was the location of the Thieves' Guild. Everyone here knew that. However, in the face of the complex tunnels that were fixed with countless magic auras by mages, evil masters, and warlocks, prophecy spells and detection spells were almost useless. Not to mention the scattered Forest Tower Guild, Devil Order, and Evil God worshipping groups. They were all hiding dirty secrets in the depths of the darkness. Apart from the Thieves' Guild that built this place, no one could figure out how many secret passages there were in the underground city. Hundreds of years ago, the Thieves' Guild cast a large-scale magic ritual here, desecrating all the land under Deepwater City, and set up a large-scale evil holy residence. Since then, every change here would be reflected on the Thieves' Guild's secret map. This was one of the reasons why the Thieves' Guild had maintained its position as the underground leader of Deepwater City. These things are very unusual. In the depths of this mysterious Thieves' Guild, a man's deep voice sounded in a dark room. An ordinary-looking, middle-aged man raised his head from the black fog map on the table. He looked at the president opposite him with some uneasiness. The blurry area on the map is getting bigger and bigger. The deepest part of the underground city has been twisted into a dark flame. More than 1/5 of the underground city can only be seen as a blurry shadow. We are gradually losing control of this place. The president carefully touched the map in his hand. Looking at the black flames that represented extreme chaos and darkness, his heart was in a mess. We are in a disadvantageous situation. Prophecy spells are being strongly interfered with, and we have no idea about the enemy. Where's the information I want? President, more than 80 rogues have gone missing. Several teams with priests and mages have also gone missing. Missing? People often disappeared in the city, but that was for their surface identities. In the underground world, they were involved in conspiracies, evil, and murders. We know it like the back of our hands. Information is our life. The rule of the nobles can rely on order, but for the underground world, our rule is based on concealment and information. President He, who had sunk into anger and hatred, used his ice-cold fingernails to scratch the scroll on the table. We are rooted in this city, deeply rooted in its sinful soil. We are inseparable from it. This place was filled with blood and filth, profit and wealth. It is the source of our survival. We've met with many dangers. We've been ostracized by the nobles and attacked by the good order gods. There's also the Scattered Forest Tower Guild, the Shadow Thieves, the Cult of Worship of Dragon, and the Cult of Fear. But none of these threaten our foundations. Because the Thieves Guild coexists with this city, we have already blended into the darkness of this city. In the breathing of this city, we are the ones who set up the casinos, we are the ones who chase people for gambling debts. We are the ones who blackmail and kidnap people. We will also be the ones who will consume the excess population of this city. All of this was like a millstone of flesh and blood, squeezing out the blood of the excess population here to support this city. This is the soil of the guild's survival. It is also our inexhaustible source, as long as we are still deep in the evil soil that controls the city. No one can uproot us from the city. The president looked straight into the man's eyes and said coldly, and the symbol of this control lies in information. We need to see this city in order to control it. Deeper underground, on the long river of lava, the hot air distorted Chen Ang's expression. In front of him was a scene that could give people nightmares. Pale white skeletons, neatly separated muscles and organs. Dark red, deep red, bright red, pale white. The different colors were clearly separated, even orderly. Those biological tissues followed their internal laws and functions, and were classified in an extremely scientific way. Extreme order and seriousness revealed a cruelty that was extremely purposeful. This cruelty did not lie in the cruelty and bloodshed of venting, but in the coldness of extreme equality. This attitude of life and death as one, all things being equal, made any existence that had a sense of identity with life shudder. If a lich saw this scene, he would definitely classify the biological tissues and organs here, revealing the accumulated knowledge about life functions and biology, worshipping them, praising the thoughts and knowledge contained within. But to Chinong, this was just a standard experiment. Ferocious beasts were really a kind of mysterious existence. They did not have any magical abilities, but their bodies were extremely strong. They were larger than their original forms, harder to deal with, and more savage. Their bodies had usually mutated, and their muscles and bones had undergone extreme changes compared to their normal counterparts. This change was also what the warrior imitated, and it was called ferocious transformation. Fascia, mutated muscles, and strengthened bones were not the focus of Chen Ang's research. This was because the changes in appearance were the easiest to model and dissect. But the in-depth study of such changes had a different kind of charm. On the Faerun continent, the warrior's formal training would use herbs, magic, and even divine spells to strengthen the process of ferocious transformation. But what they paid attention to was to imitate the results of the mutation of ferocious beasts, borrowing these external forces to form ferocious transformation in advance. Only an extremely small number of mages would be curious enough to explore the mysteries within. Unfortunately, because spellcasters had long looked down on non-magical abilities, their research in this area was lacking. Only the gods with the divine title of warrior were proficient in and understood the deeper secrets of ferocious transformation. And Chen Ong lacked the channels to obtain such information, unless he attacked the temple. The expansion of the demon-addicted gnomes in the swamps and the wilderness had given Chen Ong a large number of research samples. The ever-expanding spellcaster community's control and infiltration of the city was becoming tighter and tighter. This created a good research environment for him. Therefore, Chen Ang's understanding of ferocious transformation, and even its internal laws and knowledge, was deepening at an alarming rate. Regarding knowledge that was mostly non-magical, Chen Ang's research was very easy to obtain considerable results. Currently, it seemed that the most difficult areas were related to the field of magic. This result created a very unfortunate reality for Deep Water City. The ferocious gnomes and ferocious kobolds were no longer a small problem. The ferocious gnomes and ferocious kobolds were no longer a small problem, and the ferocious ogres and ferocious demon addicts were a rather terrifying threat. Perhaps compared to the warriors, their battle techniques and weapon control were very crude, but under the control of Qin Eng's unique ferocious methods and his killing instinct, these evil creatures still possessed a rather terrifying ability to threaten. The ferocious demon addicts produced a large number of low-level magic items in the magma, which would make up for their greatest lack of magic resistance. There were also the unique racial talents of the gnomes, ogres, and kobolds that provided a large number of spellcasters. Ferocious gnome mages, ferocious ogre wizards, and kobolds, dragon bloodline warlocks. An evil force that belonged to Qinong was showing its ferocity and hiding its claws beneath Deep Water City. 95-27. Pay attention to the test subject's vital signs. Check the injection device and potion, Qinong ordered as he carefully observed the semi-ferocious muscle tissue. 95-27 quickly ran from the edge of the cross to the other side with its short legs. It checked whether the gnomes hanging on it were tightly bound while it adjusted the potion and injection position. Most of the gnomes that came here were people who had lost their minds due to ferocious demon addiction. Their resistance to charm spells was rather high. Chapter 147. The research on berserk transformation went smoothly because strength also came from the relationship between muscles and bones. Physiology could be said to be a common area between the laws of the Torial universe and the Earth-like universe. The structure of the force exerted by muscles, the coordinated movement of bones and body tissues, and even some tricks to exert force were common knowledge in both universes. Because of the natural laws, some knowledge appeared to be unbalanced and weakened, but the research structure and knowledge system were still complete and flawless. The knowledge that seemed uncoordinated under the new laws of the universe could be easily adjusted and perfected through experiments and research. The military martial arts known as external martial arts in the wuxia world and the warrior school known as the 9 swords in Faerun shared the same characteristics of extremely exquisite killing techniques and a method of body mutation. The golden bell cocoon and eagle claw claws had the same effect on bones and muscles as the berserk transformation in Faerun. They were different approaches but achieved the same result. They both modified the structure of the body tissues to exert force. In this regard, Qin Eng's research was very in-depth. Due to the limitations of the samples, his physiological template was still limited to some of the more common ferocious beasts, such as ferocious wolves and ferocious bears. These were also the easiest samples to obtain in his current research comfort zone. Demons, monsters, and underground monsters were not available yet. But even so, Qin Eng's research on the warriors had formed a relatively complete system. In comparison, the exploration of the path of magic was quite disadvantageous. Although most of the physical phenomena in Faerun and Earth were similar, the two universes were fundamentally different systems. Whether the underlying matter was elements or atoms, the applicability of the scientific laws on Earth was fundamentally shaken. The elements could still barely maintain the state of matter on a macroscopic level, but they began to shake at the molecular level. In the end, the microscopic elements manifested as wave radiation and information states. On Earth, atoms had wave-particle duality, but in Toriel, the elements manifested in the 4 aspects of matter, energy, information, and soul. This was the original magic. It was also the material that created all things. In this world, all existence was permeated with the elements, which was the power of magic, this latent. The undeveloped energy existed in every stone, every stream, every living thing, and even in the air itself. It was the silent and ignorant consciousness of existence itself, the essence of any form of energy in the multiverse. It was also the primordial material of the Creator, the material foundation that formed the world, and the collection of information about the laws of the universe. This completely different universe and knowledge system fascinated Qinong, and he devoted himself to exploring it. It was foreseeable that before his research and exploration reached a bottleneck, Qinong wouldn't have the heart to expand his territory. Even the pace of controlling Deep Water City had slowed down. His aggressive attitude gradually softened as Chin Ong immersed himself in his research. In many ways, Chin Ong took the attitude of letting nature take its course and handed it over to his half-baked students. If one did not consider the consequences of the messy teaching materials, they could be considered a group of talents. With the right guidance and education, it would not be difficult for these boys who grew up in the slums to become the backbone of an organization. They were tenacious and ambitious. They were driven and creative toward success and power. At the same time, they had a deep understanding of the world. The only things they lacked were knowledge and opportunities, but Chen Ong didn't lack either. So, they could easily find a large amount of knowledge about power in Chen Ang's library, as well as the results of those imaginative experiments and extremely meticulous experiments. It was about warriors, rogues, and even spellcasters. Systematic and complete knowledge. In Chen Ong, who was deeply influenced by earth science, the friendliness of knowledge to people was second to none in Faerun. Chen Ong did not hesitate to give them pointers in between experiments. Experimental materials were voluntarily sent to him. Chen Ong had no reason to refuse, especially in the area of contact with the weave. He needed a lot of experiments to crack the part of the weave controlled by Mistra. But other than knowledge about power and world knowledge, Chen Ang's library lacked records in other aspects, such as Faerun's history, culture, and customs. This was because Chen Ong did not have the time to understand these things. Nobles learned about these things through banquets and family education. Merchants learned about these things through exchanges. Even in the churches of the gods, there were priests who preached these things to the believers. Only the slums knew nothing about these things. So the apprentices had to search the library for stories of adventure and knowledge about society. This was a nightmare. Lek, did you see the book of Mozadunrik I'm looking for? In the small library, Gale used his palm to measure the distance on the bookshelf. He spoke to the youth behind him. It's the Crimson Book. It's about the opposition and development of things, the theory of contradiction and practice, the movement and revolution of the dead magic area. The Marn group borrowed it. They're going to have a book club today. Lek replied casually as he flipped through the pages of Wealth, Material, and Trade. The Marn group is a group of traitors, weaklings, cowards, and worms. Do they deserve to read the works of Mozadunrik? Gale said indignantly, praying for the rise of the Marn god so that they can enter the communist kingdom after death. This is a betrayal of the dream of the kingdom of heaven on earth. We have vowed to let the kingdom of the gods shine brightly and turn the earth into a kingdom of heaven. We practice the Munist, the international path. Let it be on earth as in heaven. Let Faerun become its kingdom, and let the gods become a false joke. Because the kingdom of the earth is better than the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of the gods is like hell for us. Only the most ignorant souls will enter those ridiculous kingdoms. When our bodies fall, our souls will stand up. We will not fall into the abyss of hell nor harvest the kingdom of the gods. Because the kingdom of the gods is on earth, created by our own hands. Because we practice the Munist, the international path. When we are alive, we create the kingdom of heaven. When we die, we stand up again in the kingdom of heaven. We will... Wait, Gale. Lek reluctantly put down the book in his hand and sighed. If you don't want to nail that damn wall, I advise you to join them. Your plan seems to be far away, but in less than 60 years you should consider the destination of your soul. If you can't raise the throne of Marn Lenin, then you will be wailing on the wall of the faithless. Lek's words didn't seem to have any effect. Gale just looked at him a few times, wrapped his clothes, and hurriedly ran out of the library. Chen Ong looked at Gale's back as he left. His expression was somewhat unclear. The books he placed on the bookshelf included some professional science books and Earth's politics, humanities books, and video materials. There was even a video of The Godfather, American Past, Scarface, New York Blackstreets, and other excellent realistic works. Of course, these were not as terrible as the Bible and the Book of Mordor. In this small library, Chen Ang's experiments on the gods and beliefs, and even the underlying structure and basic laws of the world began to spread silently. At present, these were just the thoughts and fantasies of a few slum kids. But who knew what would happen in the future? In this world, there was power in thought, real and not illusory power. On the other hand, under the indoctrination of a large number of excellent realistic works on the earth, and under Chen Ang's example, the Bloody Hand Gang, which was originally a pile of loose sand, really sprouted the embryonic form of a dynamic organization. Although they were immature, they were learning the excellent culture of the earth, including family, organization, discipline, and beliefs. When Chen Ang found that this group of young people began to form small groups like the Brotherhood, he realized this. In this world that was like a pool of stagnant water, no matter how ridiculous the actions of these young people were, the benefits they represented and the new factors were affecting Deep Water City. Around these new changes, an invisible whirlpool was forming in the center. To be continued. Chapter 148. On the surface, they were ordinary adventurers, but in reality, they were a team of benevolent forces coordinated by the Harpist Alliance. Of course, it wasn't because of the request from the spice merchant Moore. They had always treated it as a joke. Moore's scattered Forest Tower Guild and the Harpist Alliance were mortal enemies. The only reason they didn't stab Moore the moment they met was because of the Harpist Alliance's low profile. The reason they were troubled was because of Chen Ang. The target of this mission seemed to have disappeared. It had been a long time since they had been able to get any information about the target. It was as if he had disappeared from this world. The slums were changing day by day. The Harpist's long list of names was filled with the stench of blood. The Skinner, the Butcher, and the Blood-Eye were all lowly and troublesome characters. Even the Harpist would find it difficult to deal with them. It wasn't because of the big shots, but because of the complicated forces behind them. These people who took on the roles of brokers, stewards, low-level priests, and served as the middlemen who controlled the lower levels of society in Deepwater City. They might not have great strength or influence, but they were troublesome enough because they were part of the order of this city. The leader of the adventure team, Elwin, looked at the 11-inch long name list in his hand with an indescribably ugly expression. Behind the densely packed names were the corpses of the Skinner and the Butcher. The bartender, Lime, wiped the mug in his hand absent-mindedly, but his eyes never left the entrance of the tavern. His thick knuckles moved inch by inch across the surface of the mug. The muscles under his linen clothes relaxed. There was no doubt that his hands could snap the neck of a 12-foot-tall ogre in the blink of an eye. The Harpist Alliance doesn't need to waste so much effort on him. Lime was well aware of the results of his work. The whole city knows about it. He won't live until midsummer night. No one can walk out of this city alive after offending so many people. Although he spoke casually, Owen's expression didn't relax for a moment. Instead, he stared at the table thoughtfully. The Harpist Alliance's principle: you can choose not to participate, but you can't not understand. We need to determine his position. Only then can we decide our attitude. The Harpist Alliance has its own principles. Yes, if it's not a crime, don't judge. I can recite it with my eyes closed. If it is not a crime, do not judge. The actions of the Harpist do not originate from benefits, but from our standpoint and principles. Therefore, the attitude and standpoint of the target is very important to us, because it determines our standpoint and actions. Elwin looked serious. Regarding the Bloody Hand, you have provided too little information. He had no background, no identity, no profession, and no faction. He was like a ghost that had appeared out of nowhere. Everyone has a past, but he can counter prophecy spells. Lime complained. We've tried divine spells and spells. The spellcasters had not yet been able to get rid of those damned illusions, and the mages of the School of Prophecy had refused to cast any more tests. The only thing they can be sure of is that the other party feels like he has returned home to the ether plane. He's like a fish in water. Illusion. Erwin was confused. Yes, anyone who tries to pry into his fate. They would be troubled by the ether plane, and their vision would be fixed at a certain shallow state of the ether plane. He was deprived of his ability to sense the material plane. Over time, their intelligence would be severely damaged. One mage even fell in love with an otherworldly creature he summoned, a sludge monster called Shay. The ancient eye. A sludge monster? Erwin showed a look of disbelief. Lime nodded guiltily. It said that his ether vision was very close to the sludge monster's senses. In the end, he learned to communicate with the sludge monster and gained his own love. You should know that among the sludge monsters, it's a beauty. His mentor. Erwin had not finished her sentence. Lime interrupted her. This is not a bad thing for his mentor. A curse with research value is much more important than an apprentice. Besides, he did not lose the apprentice. There are many weirdos among the mages, so what if there are a few more? You can ask a priest to remove the curse. Erwin did not want to talk about the sludge monster anymore. It only made her spine tingle. Lime shook his head regretfully. It's useless. Strictly speaking, it's not a curse. Their vision is not an illusion created by negative energy. It's another level of reality in the world. This reality is hard to shake. It's more like the soul has been contaminated by the essence of the ether plane. In essence, it's similar to the price of a prophecy spell. It can't be removed by divine spells. And I heard that the sludge monsters are great at that. Lime revealed a frank smile. He seems to like it. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a soft sound. Lime tilted his head to look at the arrow that had pierced through his scalp. He wisely kept his mouth shut. He waved at the female ranger in front of him, gesturing for him to shut up. Jessica, lie means no harm. Owen lectured her helplessly. The female ranger did not appreciate it. She went forward and pulled the arrow out of the wood. It seemed like it took quite a bit of effort. Not everyone could pierce through armor with a light bow. Without a prophecy spell, what do we know? We don't need to infiltrate or spy on what we know now. We can hear more details in the taverns, by the roadside. We need more specific information. His faction, his inclination, his profession, his faith. This is what determines our attitude towards him. I think this is more important than how many people he has killed. I said, I know nothing. Lime waved his hand. He could be a wizard proficient in prophecy. He could be a priest favored by the gods. Maybe he's also a warrior, a profession like a rogue. Judging from his bloodthirst, he could be a follower of the dark sun. Of course, he could also be Max's, but with the villains he eradicated, he could be a paladin of Ilmater. Human nature is so complicated. A paladin might murder, and a rogue might make a great sacrifice. Unless you use detect evil on him, none of this can be used as a basis for judgment. I can only say that this gentleman cares about the things in his little house far more than he is interested in abuse, domination, and power. If that's the case, Jessica opened her mouth to speak. Don't be so quick to judge. Lime interrupted him. Please respect this complicated world. Don't use the simple and direct judgment of young people like you to define it. My intuition tells me that you're facing an existence that is difficult to determine and explore. As an old man, I can tell you that there's no harm in looking more. But we don't have time. We can't pester everyone for so long. Jessica frowned. The slums are very exclusive to outsiders. The Bloodhand Gang has deep control over the place. It's difficult for us to get close. That's because more than 80% of the young people there are working for the Bloodhand Gang. Their fathers, children, and wives are like the most loyal eyes. It's a closed environment. It's difficult for outsiders to survive there. Lime replied, So can we do nothing? Jessica objected. Information won't jump into our hands by itself, right? Not necessarily, child. Lime smiled slyly. His fingers moved on the table and finally stopped on a stack of brown papyrus. He handed the inconspicuous items to Alwyn. "If you were a little more careful, you'd find this: the profits of the tobacco and the movements of the thieves' union." Alwyn read the complicated code in a low voice. "This is the information about the docks. It's about the special tobacco and the thieves' union. It's all daily information. It's not every day. These little things are hiding a big secret." Lime smiled proudly. "The price and shipment data of the tobacco. Even though we're missing the most important data, it's not difficult to calculate the profits of the tobacco. Similarly, the mission data of the thieves' union can also reflect their internal movements." Alwyn looked at the stack of papyrus with a gloomy face. Even she couldn't help but feel nervous when she saw the string of numbers that represented the profits. She didn't need to look at the things at the back to know that the situation had reached a critical moment. Chapter 149. Magic was the foundation of this world. It made the multiverse appear so colorful. It was enchanting and mysterious. It was the origin of the world. Or in other words, magic was the origin of the world. Everything was born from the elements, and it was permeated with the power of magic. It was chaotic but also orderly. It was rational but also illogical. The primordial magic was the material that created everything. It was the silent and ignorant consciousness of existence itself. Magic permeated every bit of matter and manifested through any form of energy in the multiverse. This was magic, a system that was completely different from science. Chin Ang's explorations were not only fighting against the endless unknown, but he was also fighting against himself all the time. The logical concept and mode of thinking called science were deeply rooted in his mind. They were incomparably firm and tenacious. This gave him unlimited spirit to explore and research, but also imprisoned his way of thinking. It was true that Chunong could deconstruct magic from a scientific point of view. In fact, he was adapting to this world. This world had given him something completely new, and it was rapidly assimilating and merging with his old ways of thinking. Science was a path to the truth, but it did not mean that Chunong would fix a relatively rigid thinking mode. This way, the new thinking, new changes, and new ideas of this world were very worth learning and researching, while trying his best to abandon the influence of the old thinking mode. Chunong was trying his best to maintain the relative independence of his thinking. Knowledge was priceless, and wisdom was even higher. But the only thing more important than both was imagination. When imagination was imprisoned in the old and rigid thinking mode, it was not inappropriate to call it the twilight of the gods, the twilight of thinking. The weave is a very appropriate name. Primordial magic, or rather, the orderly network woven by primordial magic. It is sensitive and flexible, and it connects the spellcaster and the primordial magic power. I can imagine how many civilizations and individual wisdom this huge network is the crystallization of this huge network. A faint white light flashed on the tip of Chun Ang's finger, and it was quickly dyed with a silver-white luster. He used the tip of his finger to draw across the void in front of him, leaving a row of colorful runes. It was full of twisted and messy complexity and eccentricity. This kind of impactful mental power was like a 20G file being stuffed into the brain of the person watching. It was a magic trick from a level 0 cantrip. Many people think that magic is orderly and intelligent. It is elegant art. It is difficult knowledge. But only people like us who are close to the truth can realize that the origin of all things does not have any attributes. Chaos and order, evil and good meant nothing to it, because this is something that intelligent beings have imposed upon this world, and magic already existed before this. Chunong sat on the right side of the table in a relaxed manner, as if he was greeting an old friend. There was no one on his left. An unfamiliar voice came from the left side of the table. It was a very low laugh, as if it was muffled in the throat. Before that, magic did not exist. It was us who defined it. Weave chaotic and violent primordial magic power into docile magic power? He was right. This is you. Chin-Ong didn't comment. His right index finger gently flicked in an irregular pattern, twisting the air into a strange black shadow that existed in an extremely distorted form above the space. A black tentacle carefully stretched out from it, twisting and swinging in the air, raising its body high. It was like a frightened worm. Primordial magic power. Huh. The low voice seemed to be amused, and he let out a shrill laugh. The small shadow in the air that communicated with the shadow plane shook violently, and the shadow creature's tentacle suddenly straightened. It let out a sharp cry and twisted violently in the air, as if it was struggling before death. A false concept. In other words, it should be the superficial appearance of the multiverse, the part that belongs to the energy affinity. The essence of magic is the universe itself, creating everything, defining everything, and subliming the existence of matter, energy, information, and soul. Among them, the part that can be affected by the soul. It is defined as primordial magic power. It is violent and untamed, enduring huge interference and chaos at any time. It is changeable and mysterious, like a lover with a strange temper, but also as crazy and great as the sea. If I had to describe it with one existence, it would be a woman. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. The strange existence laughed maniacally, even causing a violent cough. He endured the great discomfort and said with difficulty, I am Mistra. That Bien Z will go crazy. What did we do? We put a chewing head on a woman's head. Well said, the definition is precise. The weave is like that. Even though Mistra has always claimed that she created the weave because of a war between Sala and Surin, we all know that she is the projection of the weave itself. We created her and all the contracts and agreements related to the weave, its structure and weave, its information, and its way of existence. It is the wizards who created the weave, not the other way around. The weave is not a god, nor is it an idol. We weaved it, and it is the agreement and existence of the spellcasters that defines magic power. Only those who understand this are legends. At least the spellcasters are. Even though we use a precise term to call it, the weave is not an isolated existence. It's more of a conceptual thing. Mistra is a part of it, and perhaps there are other parts that symbolize it as well. In Chunang's memory, there was an existence that was closer to this concept. The internet was a concept that only existed in the physical world. It was made up of countless protocols and information, and it was an existence that existed only in the physical world. To be complete, it included the physical network, communication protocols that represented the laws of the internet, information, and a part of the human spirit. The weave was built on the shallow energy interference layer of the multiverse. It was the sum total of all the rules and regulations related to primordial magic. In a narrow sense, it was the energy and information network controlled by the administrator Mistra. The main administrator, Mistra, had several related administrators, such as the god of wizards, a large number of spellcasters, a relatively large number of spellcasters, a relatively large number of spellcasters, a relatively large number of spellcasters, mages, and hackers who broke the balance. Similarly, there was the Shadow Weave, a competitor of the Weave system. What an interesting understanding, Lord Hallest! Chin-Ong could not help but exclaim in admiration. Who would have thought that a mad wizard living in seclusion in the underground city would have such a crazy conversation with the controller of a small gang? This completely mad wizard did not seem to be as crazy as the legend said, unable to communicate with him. Of course, this was only Chin-Ang's personal opinion. Most people would probably think that this was a conversation between two lunatics. If the world was magic, where were the gods? Keen intuition, unique perspective, my neighbor. Your gnomes have almost dug to the underground maze castle. I welcome a wise neighbor, but I must remind you that wizards are always eccentric and sensitive. There can only be one wizard tower in one place. Similarly, there can only be one leader. Hallest looked very calm, even elegant and wise. Considering that this was not the surface, his madness made people curious. Waterdeep City is a place full of charm. It is filled with the sparks of fate and spirituality. Living here, there will often be surprises to disturb you. Bards, shadow thieves, harpies, and scattered forest towers. You have quite a bit of trouble. How is this trouble? Chunong asked with a smile. Hallest was silent for a long time, then nodded in agreement. How is this trouble? Of course it is not trouble, because change is an opportunity. An opportunity that can be grasped is not trouble. But even so, there is still a long way to go before you can convince me. Chapter 150. Research and discovery had always been a process from shallow to deep. This determined that the understanding of all intelligent creatures would always develop from the shallow to the deep, from the special to the universal. Chunong was no exception. Just like the foundation of physics, the perfect and universal Newton's 3 laws of mechanics, based on the limits of what humans could observe, was once considered a universal truth. However, in reality, the scope of its application was the surface environment of low-gravity planets, or the environment of planets with a mass difference of less than 1,000 times that of Earth. In the universe, there were about 1 in 100 billion environments where this law was applicable. If one looked at the wider space in the 1 billionth of space that humans could understand, there was probably an astronomical denominator that allowed its molecules to be slightly closer to the Newtonian system. This was a scientific system tailor-made for human civilization, and this was only the difference in one universe. The Toriel universe, or the entire multiverse, was a completely different world. The difference in its laws was so great that it was enough to subvert the entire knowledge system that Chunong knew. Of course, because the difference in the laws of the 2 worlds was not serious, this shocking difference did not appear, but it existed in reality and could not be erased. However, even if the difference between Faerun and Earth was increased by 1,000 times, and the gap between the 2 worlds was deepened by 10,000 times, it would not be able to confuse Chunong's understanding of space. Because, in terms of status, Chunong, who could travel between different worlds, was at a higher level than the multiverse. Chunong, who could travel between worlds, had a higher understanding of space than the entire multiverse. Perhaps it was slightly lacking in breadth, but no one could compare in depth. This was the convenience of high-latitude travel. Hallest saw Chunong disappear in front of him, just like that. The teleportation foresight did not even have the slightest effect. It was as if the person in front of him did not use a teleportation spell, but had become invisible. But based on a mage's intuition, he believed that Chunong had already disappeared from this plane, even though the magic net and teleportation foresight did not give him a warning. Hallest watched as Chunong's shadow faded bit by bit, like a colorful, spreading in water. The silhouette and shape blurred. Finally, like a hazy shadow, it disappeared in the flickering firelight. Hallest's vigilance was raised to the highest. It was not an ethereal form, not a vaporized form, not a teleportation spell, not a sanctuary. He silently thought about the possible effects of the spell. He quickly cast a reading spell in the direction of Chunong, but it was to no avail. This is a supernatural power related to teleportation, Hallest said to himself. He had to admit that he had underestimated this mysterious man. The sense of urgency that he hadn't felt for a long time made his skin feel cold and tremble, as if a sharp knife had slid across it. Not only did it not make his mind confused, but it also made his mind sharper and clearer. In his body, the passion of a mage was boiling. A long ballad came out of Halaster's mouth. It was a low murmur. The indistinct pronunciation and strange emphasis made it look eerie and strange in the dark. The famous mad wizard's face twitched. He looked nervously at the place where Chunong had disappeared, a fanatical and strange smile on his face. He murmured syllables that no one could understand and dragged his robe closer. "Ha, found you." Hallest activated several protective items on his body. With a mysterious smile, he approached the place where Chunong had disappeared. "I'm going to catch you." A blue mist streaked across Halist's fingertips. The secret of the arcane spell. It lay in the wisdom that went deep into the bottom of the world. Those who only knew how to use the wisdom of their predecessors. Someone who manipulates spells as if they were tools. Only worthy of being a spellcaster like a warlock or a golem. Not a spellweaver who weaved magic, or an arcanist who explored the truth. Halist was undoubtedly one of the top arcanists in the world. Although he was a mage, he undoubtedly had the ability to touch the essence of the world. It was enough to peel away the complicated and ridiculous outer shell and delve into the primitive inner essence. It was also a prophecy spell. In Halist's eyes, the essence of the ether plane was peeled away bit by bit. The illusions that represented certain characteristics of all things shed their distorted outer shell under Halist's hands, revealing the relative characteristics of the surrounding matter and magic power. They abandoned the distorted and diffused infection and spread, revealing the essence of matter in the ether plane. The ether plane was a mirror, showing the relatively hidden essence and inner nature of the material world. In time and space, those invisible, existing, and unappearing essences that were difficult to discover in the material world were reflected by it. They intertwined with the essence of the ether, presenting strange and hidden illusions. Halist thought that his understanding of this world was not inferior to anyone, even the gods. This was the arrogance of a mage, but it could not be said that it was without some truth. But now he did not dare to say that. He followed in Chun-Ang's footsteps and entered a world that he could not imagine. It was like facing a mirror and seeing someone enter it. The material world, no, it was the reflection of the multiverse in the ether plane. These distorted illusions actually stripped away the true essence. The advanced blink spell allowed him to flash between the ether plane and the material world. The colorful mist had disappeared as early as the first flash, and the distorted shadows of darkness and fire demons were his reflection in the environment of the material plane. Demons, dead spirits, ghosts, distorted corpses, and objects alternated with flames, darkness, sound, and ordinary objects, like the crazy intertwining of two worlds. Halist had no choice but to use his great wisdom to analyze their essence. They represented and reflected the changes and essence of time, space, energy, and matter. He realized that he had never truly understood this world. What he saw, the colors, the sense of space, and the shape were only superficial. Quality, material, and temperature were only superficial attributes. The true essence of things was always deeper and darker under the surface of the sea. What they could explore was only the part of the dark sea that was exposed, like an iceberg. Chun-Ang was at the end of a deeper level in the plane of ether, like the shadow in the deepest part of the mirror. He was wearing the simple white robe that he had used in experiments and staring at the river that flowed before him. In the plane of ether, things that flowed usually represented the essence of change, and water was often related to time. In the language of magic, it represented the long river of time. Interesting, but that's all. Halist shook his head. The green light of dissociation passed through Chun-Ang's body and disappeared into the ether polymer. You think you understand me, but you don't. You think you understand this world, but you don't. You think you understand magic, but unfortunately you don't. You think this is the real me, but this is only a part of me. This is magic, mysterious and profound, isn't it? Chun-Ang laughed. Halist had lost his mind. His voice was distorted and low, and his eyes were chaotic as he stared at Chun-Ang. However, his etiquette and words appeared calm and steady. Unless he was schizophrenic to a certain extent, he would not be able to express such a wonderful mental state. He hovered between reason and madness, chaotic but not losing his poise. The charm of magic lies in its profoundness, and the joy of a mage is to explore this profoundness. Thank you for bringing me here to see the deeper essence and changes of all things. I have to admit, you've left me at a loss. Chun-Ang shook his head. That won't be the case. A mage is not a puppet that can be manipulated. The wisdom of a mage in battle should not be reasonable. Using one's own spells intelligently is the so-called wisdom that warriors and barbarians disdain. Using spells reasonably, combining with the environment, and using spells creatively can only show that one is quick-witted, but not wisdom at all. This kind of quick-wittedness is a quality that any qualified warrior must have. It is far from being smart or cunning, let alone wisdom. Hallest asked calmly, "Spells have never been used to obtain destructive power. A mage's power is always reflected in a broader field. A qualified mage must be a great lord, the owner of wealth, and an important part of a force. Power is the power of a mage. Can this be called wisdom?" Chin-Ong shook his head. Such a mage can destroy a country, a race, or even a civilization. He can exert his power to a greater extent and change the entire world. He uses his mind and conspiracy as his weapons. He can be called smart, but he can only be called cunning, far from wisdom. Chapter 151. Everyone could see the changes in the slums. Evil was spreading here, and, of course, wealth was the same. Everyone here grew tobacco. They wrapped the precious wealth in spices and cloth, and then their brothers transported it to Skullport to sell. This was a land of evil. Everyone was vigilant, even neurotically wary of outsiders. Alwyn found that the people here had a different mental outlook. There was an indescribable sense of excitement. This was completely different from the lifeless, poor people on the Faerun continent. They were gloomy and excited, full of the drive to get rich and the determination to do anything. If she had to describe what made the people here different, it would be ambition. Strong, ferocious ambition. She felt that there was a dagger in the eyes of the young men on the road. Gao's ambition was about to overflow. The daggers on their waists were polished, and the way they walked was in line with the most basic qualities of a rogue, dexterity and agility, just like a feline. Elwyn could imagine the agility and cruelty of the human body as they stabbed their daggers in. This was actually not something he could imagine. Many people had gone missing here, such as the tax officer and the rogue members of other gangs. It was dangerous to walk here, even for Alwyn's team. She had begun to believe that the people here had unimaginable enthusiasm and initiative for their evil deeds. They were decisive and cruel. Unlike those young people who had just entered the profession, Erwin was old enough to abandon those naive and fantasies. Although she had her own insistence on justice and order, she had already understood how cruel and fanatical people who had experienced the torment of poverty and hardship could be. It was not without reason that the Bloody Hand Gang could frighten those who coveted them and protect this huge profit. If it wasn't for the fact that this profit is too great, they would have the possibility of growing stronger. They have the potential to grow stronger, Owen thought to himself. "Where is Bloody Hand now?" she whispered to the halfling rogue in the team. "That guy stays in the watchtower on the west side all day. I haven't seen him leave even half a step. My God, keeping an eye on him is the most boring job I've ever done." The halfling wall complained softly, "But the security there is very tight. There are many magic traps and mechanisms. I've tried many times, but I couldn't sneak in. He hasn't been here for long. We can storm in." Jessica suggested. "I don't recommend this." The halfling interrupted. "We may have casualties this way. You know, it's not that we can't afford to sacrifice ourselves. I'm sure that we can kill the Bloody Hand." My God, this nickname sounded like a third-rate mercenary. But how to put it? It's not worth it, you know. For evil dog eat dog. It's not worth it. You're right, Wall. Elwyn thought for a moment and shook his head. Let's think of another way. The security of the Bloody Hand Gang was much tighter than he had imagined. They were not like the other gangs, which were made up of a bunch of old scoundrels and veteran bastards. Those people were selfish and greedy, and always used all kinds of tricks. These young people were full of vigor. She has a passionate, earnest, and responsible attitude towards work. Everything was so beautiful and sunny. Had they not hung the tax officer and the general affairs officer at the gate of the watchtower with such enthusiasm, Erwin would have thought that this was the territory of some righteous faction. No, we don't have a chance. Well shook his head and said, They will definitely find us, then block us in a narrow passage and shoot through us with those extraordinarily strong steel crossbows. They are well trained and have a lot of magic items. There are also a lot of magic items. We can't take that kind of blow. Wall's expression was a little evasive, and his words were hesitant. Those who knew him well could see at a glance that he was struggling with something. Say it. Is there anything unexpected? Elwyn sighed with his hand on his forehead. 200 feet from here, there is a secret passage that may lead to the basement of the watchtower. But Wall frowned. It gives me a very bad feeling. Let's give up this time. There's no need to take such a big risk. Wall! Lovewyn interrupted him and said calmly, We trust you, just like we trust our own eyes and limbs. But you can't panic. Tell us what you feel, your intuition and your guesses. We are partners. There's something underground. I don't know what it is, but there is a great danger hidden underground, enough to be fatal. We still have to go there, Elwyn said with certainty. Why? The risk is too great. It's not worth it. Wall spread his hands and emphasized in confusion. Because of responsibility, the responsibility given to us by kindness and justice, we can't ignore a huge conspiracy. The underground here is not within the scope of the underground maze. No matter what the mad wizard wants to do, the harpist has a reason to know. 95-27 patrolled its territory as usual. Underground, the goblins had dug more than 30,000 feet deep, at least 18 layers of the underground world, and even part of it was connected to the underground maze, allowing some monsters and underground creatures to sneak in. Of course, most of them were not monsters, at least not as monstrous as some of Chenang's test subjects, but there were always some survivors. Although they were already frightened and in a constant state of panic, they could still pose a threat to the goblins. 95-27 could not help but sigh. Although the goblins were the smartest race under the master's command and had been given high hopes, even building a small kingdom and civilization, their strength was still too low. If it had been the group of ogres, they would have been nothing more than a side dish if they encountered the underworld creatures. The heavy armored ogres and ferocious ogres would probably have eaten them alive. If they encountered the addicted ogre sorcerers, they would be in utter misery. There were already many evil creatures howling as they became the test subjects of the demon addicts. 95-27 felt that their weak performance was a disgrace to the evil camp, although 95-27 also felt that some of the experiments were too creepy, such as the biotic biomass, multiple weave contact cycle, brain golems, especially the experiment of imitating the dual core weave contact physique of the two-headed ogre wizard. Those 100-headed giants, human centipedes, and 3-headed and 6-armed wizards were too much. Drow were also intelligent creatures. The 100-headed giant priestess was too much. The ogres have already produced 3 of Lao Weda's favored. Sooner or later, they will become masters' test subjects. Only machinery and explosions are the greatest things. Of course, human alchemy is not bad, but the Sith alchemy that Master taught us is better. 95-27 sang softly. More is better. Big is beautiful. They walked along the dim ropeway to the next level. The crystal on its arm suddenly lit up, sometimes dim, and sometimes flickering. 95-27 pressed the crystal with its right hand, and with its intelligence of 19, it immediately understood the 3-dimensional text in the crystal. Damn it! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! 95-27 anxiously stomped his feet. The enemy is close to Master's location. If you disturb Master, you will become the next stage of the ogre's experiment subjects. It had mobilized all the goblin patrols through the crystal. The ogres, war creatures, and kobolds also quickly headed toward the location of the alarm and began to set up control. However, because of their deep-rooted fear of Chinong, the experimental area where Chinong had always been a forbidden area for the Demon Addict Legion and the Underground Army, their power there was pitifully weak. This was not because they were not intelligent enough. It was a psychological misunderstanding. All the gnomes, all the goblins and kobolds thought that it was a place more terrifying than the abyss. Was there a need to defend such a terrifying place? The enemy would rather die in battle than go there. That bunch of trash, scum, and dregs! How dare they? How dare they hide these things under the city? Aren't those nobles afraid of nightmares? The underground maze is scary enough. Where did these goblins and kobolds come from? Aelwyn looked at Jessica with a pale face on the verge of collapse. The priest Horn was turning over the body of a kobold. It had been hit in the chest by the priest with a warhammer, and the huge and ferocious warhammer had smashed its internal organs. Even so, it had attacked crazily for 6 standard movements. It died from the combined attacks of fireballs, arrows, crossbow bolts, warhammers, and 2-handed swords. Its corpse was a pile of mush. One had to know that the priest Horn's warhammer was powerful enough to shatter +1 magical armor. Not to mention that the warhammer itself was a +2 magical weapon. Horn was a well-known priest. Although he wasn't a priest of Coreus, he was still a priest of Nubian. He was a first-rate warrior who could kill and set fire to anything. However, the armor of the kobold was complete. It was an armor without enchantment. No, during the forging process, we used magic to process the steel. The design and construction are also superb. It's lined with soft but terrifyingly tough steel wires. The curvature of the outer shell is very precise, and the hardness has reached a terrifying level. The strength, material, construction, and tempering are all superb skills. Most importantly, this armor is custom-made for the kobolds. It's very standard, too. The team fell silent. They obviously knew what this meant. In the Faerun continent, evil was not scary, nor was cruelty. Dark creatures were even more common, but money was the scariest. This meant that all the mages on the continent were willing to trade with them. It meant that they could hire mages and magic items. Those who were so poor that they were crazy would sell themselves. Evil creatures with money had never lost, because justice was always poorer. Justice defeating evil was just a story of bards. Wealth defeating poverty was the reality of Faerun. Here, the goddess Mani had never lost. Is there an empire of kobolds here? Jessica covered her face. Her pale face could not hide her weakness and powerlessness. These kobolds are just warriors stationed here. That goblin status is higher than theirs. Aelwyn helped Jessica up and walked in a more secluded direction. Removing the curse requires some time to recover. That direction seems to be their blind spot. Jessica, sit on the phantom colt. We have to hurry. A team of 20 is enough to tire us out. We definitely can't deal with our pursuers. No matter what lies ahead, we have to try. Horn used a prophecy spell, but it failed halfway. I saw a huge, ominous event in the future. There's a huge wave in the ether plane, and prophecy spells are completely ineffective. We won't have any guidance for a long distance underground. Something must be happening in the ether plane. That world is filled with distorted illusions. Illusions? We seem to have heard of this before. A few mages from the School of Prophecy are said to be entangled by illusions. This is probably not an accident. We've fallen into a huge conspiracy. What's in the illusion? The Black Robe of Halaster. Chapter 152. The name Halist sent the entire adventure team into a state of panic. The black-robed mad wizard, just like his countless peers, had a deterring effect. The name had a charm like a plague. It could make Aelwyn feel deep fear and despair. It was like an invisible thing pressing down on them from the darkness. It had a suffocating fear that followed them like a nail in their backs, torturing them deeply. The only thing they could rely on was the sense of responsibility in their hearts. Justice and responsibility, along with fear, tormented them, giving them the only warmth in this wave of darkness. Everyone in the adventure team became silent. They stumbled along the dark cableway. The cableway was made of thick iron chains and wooden planks. The dome was supported by huge stone pillars. There were also planks and tunnels dug between the rocks. The cold iron chains brought with them the unique dampness of the underground. It was bone-chilling, but they didn't dare to turn their heads, and they didn't even dare to turn on their lights. They didn't want to expose even the slightest bit of light, because they could already hear the subtle sounds coming from behind them. The sound of metal scraping against metal, the sound of uniform footsteps, and some muffled sounds. It sounded like something heavy had landed heavily on the ground, and the muffled sound spread far and wide. This was a place like hell. In the past, an adult male could easily take down the kobolds with a little training. But here they were exceptionally terrifying. The elite armor and weapons, the berserk kobolds. They were bloodthirsty and agile. Their simple and efficient killing instincts made these evil creatures almost into war machines. There were also alchemy products that made loud noises. There was a goblin wizard who was proficient in using explosives and spells. The goblin wizard that almost wiped them out seemed to be an engineer based on his equipment. This made the adventure team completely lose the courage to face their pursuers. Elwyn saw Horn, who was running in front, suddenly stumble. She rushed forward to support him. When she touched Horn's hand, Elwyn could not help but let out a scream. She felt that the palm was as cold as a block of ice. Horn, what happened? Elwyn took out the remaining scroll from her pocket. Thank God, there was still a remove curse. Horn stopped her. There's no need. It's useless. My Lord is calling me. He is telling me that my destiny has come. Do not look directly at him. Do not look directly at Hallest Blackrobe. Do not pry into him from the river of fate. Don't look at him directly. Listen to me. Darkness and silence are the best protection for you. Those illusions, did they bother you? What is it? Owen hugged him, using his meager body heat to try and awaken the last of his life force. That's not an illusion. It's a part of reality. Our souls are so shallow that we cannot look directly at the light of our Lord. We are bewildered by the fleeting shadows on the surface of the physical world, as if the world is real. When it truly unfolded in front of us, we realized that our shallow souls and pale lives were unable to bear it. Like an ugly person looking into a mirror for the first time. I was scared to death by myself. I was scared to death by my own ignorance and shallowness. I was scared to death by my own ugliness. My Lord Nubian, do not abandon your pitiful lamb. Elwyn was at a loss. She did not know what was wrong with Horn. He looked like he was cursed, like those prophets who tried to pry into the existence they could not touch. Her mind was in a mess. The pursuers behind her were getting closer and closer, but the road ahead was a blur. She did not know where to go with Horn in her arms. In the darkness, she bent down in despair and pressed her body against Horn's chest, feeling the coldness and paleness that were slowly peeling away. She prayed to the gods in despair, gods of the sky, earth, and sea, Lord of the astral world in the darkness. Who is my light? When I'm lost, who will guide me? The soul and personality are closely connected to the outside world. What you see, what you hear, and what you feel form your entire existence, the corridor of your soul. This understanding forms the outline of the soul. Who are you? Erwin was shocked by the sudden voice. Who am I? Haven't you been looking for me? Chen-Ong's voice was still as calm as ever. The corridor of the soul is the essential existence of intelligent creatures, because the soul itself is pure. The things that separate your personality are the impurities of the soul, including emotions, memories, beliefs, and other insignificant things. Information is powerful. What you see, what you understand, what you believe, these are the things that form the essence of your personality. Information shapes you. But why is it that when you come into contact with the truth, you're faced with the embarrassment of the corridor of your soul collapsing? Why is it that your personality is destroyed by the truth, just like that priest who would rather give up his life than believe in the truth? Why? Owen could not control herself and asked back, because you are living in lies and deceptions. The personality that you have created is partly fake, deceived, and falsified. The truth will bring you pain, extreme pain, and the pain of destroying yourself. You have to crush yourself to get rid of this pain. From the perspective of personality, from the perspective of understanding, you have to dissect yourself, crush your past self, get rid of those hypocrisy, those illusions, and reconstruct yourself. Compared to this horror, death is a kind of gentleness, so you are scared to death by the truth. No, you are tempting us, devil. I know your shady business. Just like now, we're in trouble, and then you come out to tempt us, to use us. When the tip of a pen draws on the parchment, our souls will become your toys, Erwin said angrily. You are wrong. Very wrong. You cannot defeat us. Falsehood and lies have shaped you, and faith is undoubtedly the sweetest and most poisonous fruit. Chenong sighed. The adventure team climbed up the only cable and climbed to a stone platform. Erwin carried Horn with difficulty, tiredly but pleasantly looking at the warm firelight not far away. The adventure team had had enough of the darkness. No matter what was in front of them, it would not make them retreat even half a step. When they saw the old man standing in the middle of the hall, they could only regret their stupidity. Nothing could stop them in front of them, except for Hallest. They heard the most terrifying mad wizard in Sword Bay ask in a serious and logical tone, "Then what is the true wisdom of a wizard?" Elwyn was surprised to see a familiar figure slowly appear in the air. It wasn't like the mages who used teleportation or door of space, who suddenly appeared there. Instead, it slowly floated up from the depths of the space, as if it had always been there, under the surface of the water. The true wisdom of a wizard is the exploration of the universe and the truth. Just like our predecessors persevered, the pursuit of the unknown, learning and research. The voice was also very familiar. Erwin was sure. Suddenly her eyes widened. She did not even notice that Horn, who was on her back, had slipped to the ground. She finally remembered where she had seen this face and voice. The bloody hand and that demon. Clearly, she was not the only one who recalled their target. Without exception, all of them were cursing inwardly, "It's just a gang in the slums." How cheap must this legend be to get involved with a third-rate gang? A legendary wizard who can stand on equal footing with Hallest. How unlucky must they be to encounter such a troublesome conspiracy on a routine mission? Is this the blessing of the goddess of misfortune? In the depths of the ether plane, Chen Ang's true existence stood there. Even though he was only 5 steps away from Hallest, Black Robe could not detect, sense, or observe him. The depth and level of the plane were so wonderful. Chapter 153. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. For the first time, Hallest felt powerless, as if he had punched the air with all his might, toying with the opponent, deceiving him, luring him, controlling him, influencing him, controlling everything everywhere, letting the opponent fall into the trap without knowing it, easily standing in a place where they could not reach, controlling the development of the situation, and at the most critical moment, gently pushing. This was the most common way for mages to bully barbarians, and it was the pride of every mage. He watched as the barbarians, who only had muscles, slid into the abyss step by step under the control of the mages. He watched as their intellect was crushed and they charged head-on into the mages' traps, using the elegance and power of magic to crush them. This had always been one of the few pleasures for mages, and Hallest was one of those who could enjoy it the most. To a certain extent, the Terai maze was born to fulfill this wish of his. The underground ruins full of monsters and adventures, dangerous places with great wealth, and greedy adventurers who wanted to get rich overnight. This was like a huge stage, providing Hallest with the perfect drama to toy with the adventurers. Now, Hallest felt the powerlessness that belonged to the barbarians. He did not know what to do, and he had no way to deal with it. This was normal for a warrior because they were used to being bullied, crushed, suppressed, and slaughtered. But for Hallest, for a legendary mage, it was undoubtedly a huge insult. Chun-Ong was right in front of him, but he could do nothing. He could not even interfere with the level of space where Chun-Ong was. He was like a man in a cage looking at Chun-Ong, who was looking at him coldly from outside the cage. He felt insulted and offended, but there was nothing he could do. The advantage of a spellcaster over a barbarian was incomparable. The resources needed to nurture a high-level mage were about 100 times that of a high-level warrior, and a legendary mage pulled the numbers to an exaggerated level. It could be said that without magic items, a low-level mage could kill a legendary warrior. In this world, only spellcasters were true professionals. As for warriors, they were all defective products that could not walk the path of spellcasting. They either had no money or time. Rich barbarians might be able to struggle, but barbarians without money were undoubtedly synonymous with cannon fodder. This was something all spellcasters believed in. Whether it was a priest or a warlock or a druid or an illusionist, there was no doubt that they despised professions that didn't have the ability to cast spells. Not to mention the proudest wizard among the spellcasters. As a noble among the mages, Hallest's black robe stood at the top of the spellcasters. There was no doubt that he could look down on any non-legendary spellcaster. According to the chain of contempt for spellcasters, he could even look down on warlocks, druids, psionic warlocks, and priests. Only grand arcanists could make him lower his head slightly. He didn't even care about the gods. However, he encountered an opponent that should not have appeared, just like a god. In most areas, Chun-Ong, who had just descended, was not as good as Halaster. But if the degree of understanding was a little higher, then it would be boundlessly high. In the spatial domain, Hallest was like an immature apprentice. Unable to lock onto spells, unable to interfere with domains, there was also an irresistible attack. Chun-Ong shifted his attention away from the mage who had suffered a huge blow. It seemed that he needed some time. Adjust your madness. 95-27 led the Magic Addiction Legion and had already taken control of the adventurers who had broken in. They looked like they were frightened, and the way the half-elf looked at him was like looking at the lord of the 9th floor of hell. Of course, Chun-Ong didn't think that this had anything to do with him. So what if the army brought by 95-27 looked terrifying? Most of the test subjects had nothing to do with Chun-Ong. He had long learned to outsource the lower-level missions to the lower-level spellcasters. Even the Magic Addiction Legion and the Magic Addiction Laboratory were run according to the laboratory management methods on Earth. The interference of magic energy radiation on living creatures, the stimulation and adaptation of high radiation energy on living creatures, may be Chun-Ang's topic, but the magic energy transformed drow, semi-magical creatures, and even the undead radiation body were not his experimental results. With Hallest under control, the Terra Maze opened its arms to Chun-Ong. The evil system of the Magic Shadow Legion provided him with a large number of soldiers and subordinates. The evil creatures from the wilderness were transformed into materials in the Magic Addiction Legion's laboratory. The worthless goblins, the weak kobolds, the underground drow who killed each other, and the wandering ogres, they sacrificed their only flesh for magic and endured the chaotic and crazy thoughts of the magic addiction spellcasters. What good could the drug addicts do? They were like artists using inspiration as the main basis for experiments. Experiments based on inspiration and passion. Experiments like artistic creations. Chun-Ong had to stop this behavior that was extremely wasteful of experimental materials. Although there were many surprising results, non-standard experiments could not provide a repeatable process. Although the evil creatures in the wilderness did not need money, they needed time to reproduce. There were no large goblin tribes around Deepwater City. There were many goblins. The kobolds had good blood compatibility, the ogres had high endurance, and the drow, as a test subject, had reached the peak of quality. There were also those orcs. The orcs were good warriors, but they were so chaotic that they could not form an army at all. The army in Chen Eng's mind was not the chaotic peasant army in the Middle Ages. Therefore, the laboratory had to do a frontal lobotomy on them, and the effect was amazing. They were no longer as violent as beasts in heat. Instead, they quieted down with a dull look on their faces and became very tame and docile. It seemed that their mania had been cured. Of course, there were a few minor sequelae, such as the loss of thinking ability, the obvious loss of emotions, and even the serious impact of memory. Basically, they could be regarded as a vegetable that could move freely. But Chen Ong thought that this was not important, right? What did the orcs need brains for? Because they had lost their bloodthirsty and aggressive instincts. Chen Ong still needed to make some adjustments to them. Some brain golems, high-quality products produced by the drow, supplemented by samples provided by the smartest goblins, were transplanted into their heads. The final product was satisfactory, similar to a half-golem, half-living object, immune to most charm spells, stable and efficient battle performance, absolute obedience, a high degree of order, combat skills that could be directly instilled, and a bloodthirsty and ruthless attack style. When necessary, the brain golems could also be used to cast simple spells. To be continued. Chapter 154. Chen Eng's deeper exploration of golems and alchemy came at the cost of the orcs, who lost part of their biological characteristics. They lost most of their ability to think, a small part of their organs and tissues, and were replaced by brain golems and mechanical constructs. They lost some insignificant things in exchange for resistance to most spells, and even more amazing, destructive power. The evolution of a warrior's body was much slower than the transformation. The cultivation of a mage was also much slower than the creation of golems. The former required time, and the latter required resources, which was money. A large part of the deciding factor for the beastmen's transformation was the cost. That was why they had no choice but to accept the gnomes' engineering and mechanical construction. They were very powerful, sturdy, and extremely destructive. Their only weakness was that they were somewhat unstable. In layman terms, they could explode. Chen Eng's solution to this problem was very simple. If he could not change the goblins, he would change the orcs. He asked Hallest for a copy of the Lich's information, fixed the effect of the teleportation spell on the brain golems, and then strengthened their skulls to reduce the cost of the explosion to an acceptable level. After the explosion or attack, the brain golems would be teleported into an incubator and kept safe. Then they would only need to repair the orc's transformed body before they could be used again. Healing spells and restoration spells could restore the orc's physical condition, and the cost was low. Chen Ong was even considering whether he needed to create a troll golem. Hallest thought that the orcs were no longer living creatures and should be regarded as half-undead golems. But Chen Ong proved that he retained the greatest characteristics of the orcs: survival and reproduction. The Lei Mei city that Hallest built was connected to the underground world from the underground of Waterdeep City using the underground hall left behind by the dwarves. The naturally formed underground cavity was very deep and huge. On this basis, the underground creatures that Hallest enslaved continued to expand and excavate the Mei's city for thousands of years. In the end, it formed nearly 20 floors. There were countless layers of the underground city system. Hallest poured all his madness and obsession as a mage into this place. Like Chen Ong, they both had the romance of researchers, the unearthing of endless truth, and the exploration of the supreme throne of knowledge. In the Palace of Magic, their goal had always been the brightest pearl. This place was filled with his strange magic creations and magic experiments. Chen Eng's experiments at least had order, rules, and connections. Chen Ong also knew what kind of domain he was exploring. His experiments were exquisite and accurate. He always knew what he needed and had a clear goal. However, not everyone was like that. Chen Ong regarded magic as a science and used it to understand and explore the world. But some people regarded it as an art and were obsessed with exploring magic itself. Erwin, and the others thought that Chinong was as crazy and powerful as Haorist. But what Chinong showed was both the focus of a researcher and the calmness that was different from Haorist. Crazy and calm. Science and art, but the extreme self-expression. Terravane May City was a bigger city than Deepwater City. The residents here included all kinds of monsters, underground races, and magic experiments. These monsters were so dangerous that Deepwater City had always tolerated and feared the Mad Magician, because once the monsters in Terravane May City surged out of the ground, the prosperous city of Deepwater City would inevitably turn into a demonic domain. Chun Ong expanded the Devil Addiction Army into the underground abyss as a countermeasure, but they were closely connected and integrated with Terravane May City. Hot, red magma spewed out of the ground along the magic network that Chun Ong had opened and designed. It surrounded the abyss and May City. This was also the source of food for the large number of evil armies that he raised. Moss and fungi. Of course, Chun Ong also considered the source of food for those carnivores. After all, most evil creatures were not as cheap as the goblins. They wanted to eat meat. So the goblins, whose minds had been destroyed by the Demon Addiction Legion, came in handy. Chun Ong modified their bodies so that they could easily become fat, reproduce quickly, and maintain the intelligence of plants. Of course, they also retained the reproduction ability of goblins like rabbits. Most importantly, the modification was the smelly, disgusting meat. The results were very optimistic. The ogres said that it tasted like chicken and was crispy. It tasted better if it was roasted with fire. Even so, the ecology of the evil creatures in the underground abyss was already fragile to a critical point. So, Chun Ong had to slightly relax the experimental control of the ogre wizards and goblin mages, so that the population would be consumed more quickly. The failed products of the experiments were usually not wasted. Goblins also liked to eat meat. In order to alleviate this environment of food shortage, the goblins exerted their subjective initiative to a great extent. Although they said that it was for the great cause of their master, it was more likely that they were experimental subjects. After all, the ogres' experiments were a little too crazy. They learned their crafts well, and they also learned engineering and craftsmanship well. They built a small industrial area in the underground, and a large number of craftsmanship products supported the business and expansion of the Blood Hand Gang in Deepwater City. For this, they had to learn brewing, weaving, and carpentry. When Chun Ong took stock of the city in the underground abyss, he even found a large ship that was half-built. It was said that it was sold to the smugglers in Skull Harbor. After the abyss and May City merged, Chun Ang's research work expanded rapidly. Haorist quickly obtained limited freedom, and with irreplaceable advantages, he became Chun Ang's chief assistant and helped Chun Ong control the entire May City. Haorist stood in front of the core wizard tower, seemingly feeling a little emotional. He gently stroked the stone walls of the tower. A wizard tower was another life of a wizard. It was the most important existence. Even in death, he did not want future generations to touch it. Although he was not dead, the wizard tower no longer belonged to him. He could feel the tower spirit's resistance to him. Although it was still the wizard tower that he had built bit by bit, he did not know when it had been completely controlled by Chun Ong. "How can you do this, my lord?" "My lord?" Haorist shook his head in a daze and asked curiously. Chun Ong ordered the tower spirit to open the forbidden door. Haorist saw the two extremely dangerous blade golems at the door and moved aside, revealing the simple door behind him. Chun Ong led him into the wizard tower and said, "You should not ask why, but how. As long as you have enough time, you can do it too. Research, hypotheses, examples, experiments, repetition, summary." Chun Ong paused and looked back. Isn't the solution to a problem like this? The path to the end is different, but the direction is always similar. In essence, a wizard tower was a magic item that looked like a building. The design, purpose, and structure of the building was to gather magic. The shape of the tower, the tall and upright structure, was to meet this purpose. Mages, or the builders of the wizard tower, could establish a connection between the tower and the master of the tower, so that the magic of the two could flow and gather the surrounding magic into the wizard tower. In many ways, the wizard tower was not so much a residential building as a gathering and channeling device for magic energy. Hallest could still vaguely recognize the familiar arcane geometric structure, but most of the structure had changed beyond recognition. He could feel the resistance of this wizard tower to him, as if he was facing a strange mage. It was a strange magic that flowed in this place. Hallest had to admit that, at least in architectural engineering, he was far from Chenong. A more reasonable spatial structure, more professional stress design, and those extremely imaginative structural designs were all things that he could not complete. Some of the designs were even difficult for him to understand. In terms of arcane spells, Chenong retained most of the magic flow and spell structure and only adjusted the core. But Hallest could see that this was still an incomplete framework. The reason why Chenong did not optimize the spell structure was only to leave room for modification and reconstruction. Chapter 155. The light in the Mage Tower was a little dim. In the twisted and grotesque appearance, a smear of darkness devoured the light from the magic lamps. It was like a lurking shadow, wriggling as if it had a life of its own. It was like a black fog, but also like a shadow. When Hallest passed by these shadows, a crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the shadow, revealing a blood-red, fleshy eyeball. The surface of the eyeball was covered with fine veins. It was completely white, with a red pupil in the middle. With Chun Ang's footsteps, eyes appeared densely in the void, watching the two of them. Chun Ang calmly stepped into the shadow. The blood-red eye was attached to his body, and the veins seeped out of the eyeball. It was as if there were countless eyes rooted in his body, wriggling and watching in all directions. The most concentrated place was Hallest. Hallest could already hear the rustling sound of the restless shadows, like countless wriggling insects crawling across the ground. His back was like a sharp, cold blade brushing past his body. His body instinctively had a layer of fine goosebumps. The rustling sound in his ears grew louder and louder. Hallest had only been delayed for a moment, but it was already as sharp as a cat's nails scraping against glass, making his brain hurt. Listening carefully, there was also the scream of a banshee. If an ordinary mage was here, he would have gone crazy. The banshee's howl was not a weak curse, but to Hallest it was nothing more than a cool breeze. What made him vigilant and creepy was the twisted shadow. Hallest could tell at a glance that this was part of the essence of the shadow plane, but now it had appeared in this space. This was something that even he found troublesome. Hallest's evaluation of Chenong rose by another 3 points. Plane teleportation was one thing. It was just using the laws of space. But playing with the plane in the palm of one's hand could distort, change the effect of spells, and even greatly change the nature of space. That would be a very terrifying thing. The difficulty was almost equivalent to playing with Shar, the Lady of the Night. Hallest even sensed a trace of arcane spells in the materialization of the shadow plane. This was the highest achievement of High Elves magic, and it had terrifying power. It was enough to shake the entire Faerun continent, even if this plane system wasn't mature yet. Moreover, it was very different from the maze, but the degree of danger was even higher. The planes that overlapped with the prime material plane, the planes that belonged to the deeper laws of the world, were all mixed together here. Shadow, ether, astral world, elements realm, and even some unknown bottom-level planes belonged to the deeper level of the main plane, mending the plane's complete structure. Because of this, the unique plane within the Mage Tower displayed even more distorted reality. Part of the true appearance of this world was displayed in a very extreme way, just like a small space where spells were in disorder all the time and incorrect results of spells would appear. It was very magical, but also extremely dangerous. It was so dangerous that even Heraster felt a trace of fear. You couldn't teleport or cast spells here, and you couldn't even make too many disturbances. If you didn't want your spells to mutate, you had to hide your mana fluctuations and magic items to avoid triggering a magic plague or other extreme changes. A magic lamp 5 feet in front of Halist suddenly twisted violently, and a mid-level fire elemental fell from the light. Then it screamed as it was burned by the flames. The lamp, made of red copper, seemed to have experienced thousands of years in an instant. In front of Heraster it rusted. Finally, it rusted into a wisp of ash. The fire elemental also burned itself to death. Its spiritual essence and soul structure were burned to nothing in front of Heraster. There was nothing more absurd in the prime material world than a fire elemental immune to fire being burned alive, just like that. But Heraster witnessed all of this. All of it was real. This was a place where the laws were distorted. This was an extremely unstable and complete plane. The laws could be manifested, distorted, and tampered with at any time. Even for gods, this was an extremely dangerous place. Under Chinang's lead, Heraster didn't fall into this familiar, yet unfamiliar mage tower. Finally, they arrived in front of a huge furnace. Scorching flames rose from the furnace. It was a dazzling white, pure and destructive white. Such a pure white was even comparable to the holy light of mountain paradise. But under the calm appearance was a blazing heat that could destroy everything. This temperature. Heraster placed his palm on the furnace. The cold touch made the scene in front of him seem like an illusion. But Heraster still walked around the furnace solemnly, testing it with spells from time to time. The temperature can't rise so high, even in the fire elemental world. Such a high temperature will create an elemental lord. It's impossible for the fire element to not show signs of activation when it's so concentrated. Primordial magic was an extremely active energy. It was a mixture of matter, information, energy, and soul. Unlike Earth, in the world of Toriel, the gathering of energy would cause a chain reaction, including plane interference, energy activation, and even a chain reaction of the entire world. This also caused the output of most spells in this world to be extremely low. It was impossible to pile up an astronomical amount of matter and energy like on Earth. When primordial magic reached a certain value, it would trigger a higher level of change in the laws and a deeper change in the world. When the temperature of the fireball was high, it would connect to the fire elemental plane to balance the energy. Unless the temperature of the fire elemental world could rise as a whole, the temperature of the fireball would never exceed the normal temperature of the fire elemental world. But Chen Ong trampled on this common sense. The blazing flames in the furnace completely denied Halist's understanding. Chen Ong stared at the blazing white light in the furnace and the bright crystal in the depths of the white light. The tide of origin power surged around his body. This world was called primordial magic, and in the Star Wars world, it was called the unified origin power. It was as violent as a storm, able to destroy everything at any time. The power of the mind, primordial magic, arcane spells, and psionic power were unified in Chin Ang's body. The rich evil source, accompanied by the evil mantra, flowed from Chin Ang's body into the furnace, causing the primordial magic to fluctuate even more violently. The crazy magic even made Halist take a few steps back, away from the dangerous furnace. The wooden expression on Halist's withered face cracked bit by bit. The condensed evil power made his magic go berserk. The flickering flames were crazy and intense, and Chun Ang's voice echoed clearly in this small room. The mantra with the evil source power calmly and firmly recited the words blessed by darkness. Peace is a lie, passion is king. Following the voice of the mantra, Halist saw the surging evil source power and primordial magic tear through the void, revealing the throne of the gods. The astral plane surged with crazy primordial magic, setting off huge waves of astral substance. The ether plane and the kingdom of the dead let out unbearable sounds, and the imprisoned souls of the nine hells and the bottomless abyss roared wildly. He heard the will of the abyss in the dark. He roared wildly, He heard the Lord of the Nine Hells let out a long sigh, heard the joyful laughter of the evil source power in the universe, and heard the countless evil souls wailing in despair. I exchange passion for power. I earn power with power. I win victory with power. The surging primordial magic slammed into this small world like a sea. The endless evil source power poured into Chun-Ang's body and poured into the furnace along with the flowing magic power. The blazing white flames turned pure black, and only the crystal remained. It still emitted a dazzling red light. The gold melted in the flames and flowed under the crystal. Magic power and origin force intertwined between them, and following Chun-Ang's mantra, it let out a surging roar. Hallest's footing was unstable. He looked at the crazy beast-like crystal and the gold that was as evil as the abyss. He felt the pure aura of destruction and evil. He watched as Chun-Ong walked into the pure black flames and watched as the flames intimately licked against his body. But he was unharmed. A magic power mystery that he had been pursuing all his life happened in that instant. Fortunately, he remembered Chun-Ang's instructions and used his powerful control power to restrain the primordial magic power. In the golden liquid, he engraved ancient magic texts and spell structures. He burned his spell slots to control the surging magic power and evil source power. 9 bronze rings rolled out of the flames first. In the narrow room, they scattered all over the floor, the copper of power and power. Then there were 7 thick rings that were the color of iron, leaping out the iron of power and blood. Finally, there were 3 exquisite gems of ring art and magic inlaid with gems transformed from primordial magic power. Just as Hallest was about to perform the last miracle alchemy, Chun-Ong opened his eyes. The last words of the mantra resounded throughout the multiverse, like the wind, like thunder, like the roar of a beast, like the roar of a great river, like the low murmur of a god. The gods on the thrones heard the words that resounded in their ears. Surpass yourself in victory. The origin force is free for me to roam. The flames in the furnace fiercely shook, and the berserk mana tore through the space within the furnace. The berserk spatial storm obliterated everything, making this narrow plane on the verge of collapse. Hallest struggled on the edge of the destruction of space. His face was extremely distorted from the struggle. The destructive power made him struggle to maintain the difficult situation until a hand calmed the spatial storm. Chun-Ong stood in front of the ruins of the furnace. The red crystal shone brightly in the void, like the whisper of a friend or the greeting of a companion. It slowly fell into his hand. The red crystal sank deep into Chun-Ang's right palm. The hazy light seemed to have a life of its own, flickering with Chun-Ang's breathing. In Hallest's eyes, in the clear crystal, the long river of primordial magic power was as brilliant and deep as the galaxy. He was entranced, as if his soul was about to be thrown into it. Master, Hallest wisely changed his words. My mission failed. He lowered his head deeply, not daring to look directly at Chun-Ang's face. His attitude was completely different from before. Chun-Ong waved his hand nonchalantly and touched the ashes to wipe them. Bright golden light emerged from the black ashes. In Hallest's eyes, it was the light of magic power. It was as if his soul was moved, as if it was an indispensable part of his life that tightly grasped his gaze. That kind of gaze was infatuated and crazy, as if even his soul was enchanted. That's mine. My baby. My love. My soul. Hallest reached out, wanting to snatch it from Chun-Ang's hand. His expression was ferocious and crazy. Only when he touched the deep and dark origin power on the surface of Chun-Ang's body did he retract his hand as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes instantly became clear. Hallest, who had come back to his senses, knelt in front of Chun-Ong, afraid to look at the golden ring. He threw his legendary pride and mage stubbornness to the back of his mind. In his heart, there was only fear and obedience to the ring, as well as absolute, humble obedience to Chun-Ong. He no longer had the power and mystery of a legendary mage. He trembled like a woman. Chin-Ong didn't look at him. Instead, he spun the ring around, and the scarlet magic runes flashed past. All the devil rings belong to the Supreme Master. The Supreme Master guides all the devil rings. The Supreme Master summons all the devil rings. All the devil rings return to the darkness. In a low voice, the magic runes on the ring carried a terrible, evil magic. The ring slowly fell onto Chin-Ang's left index finger. The surrounding darkness was so thick that it seemed solid. It spread down Chin-Ang's shoulders like a cloak. The light and flexible black cloth draped behind him like a robe. Chin-Ang's face was hidden under the hood. The cloak was like a black hole that devoured all prying eyes. The consciousness of the One Ring appeared in Hallis's mind. He instinctively felt some of the information the universe was telling him. He prostrated at Chin-Ang's feet and said respectfully, "My great master, the Lord of the Sith since ancient times, the Lord of the Ring, the darkness of the universe, Darth Morgoth. Evil is not the goal. Darkness will be eternal. My Nazgul." Chapter 156. Primordial magic surged in the narrow plain. Chin-Ong held the resplendent ruby crystal in his right hand, and a powerful wave of magic burst out from the crystal. With Deepwater City as the center, it swept across hundreds of miles. The weave in the void shook violently, but it was calmed by a powerful will. However, the aftereffects of the magic wave would take a long time to disappear. During this time, prophecy magic and divine spells would be disrupted by the primordial magic. Communication magic would be extremely weak, and it was almost impossible to cross more than 10 miles. The portal had also been destroyed in the magic wave just now. Before the magic wave subsided, long-distance teleportation was extremely risky. Considering Chin-Ang's powerful control over space, as well as the surveillance of the Magus Tower, this level of danger was almost fatal. Within this range, those who had less control of space than Chin-Ong had to pass Chin-Ang's test before the teleportation took effect. If they failed, they would be punished by exile, spatial slicing, or even spatial destruction, depending on Chin-Ang's will. After the ruby crystal's magic power exploded, the brilliant light gradually dimmed. However, it was not a dull gray that had lost its power. Instead, it was more like a restrained light. It was not powerful, but extremely pure magic wrapped from the ruby crystal to Chin-Ang's fingertips. It was a power that came directly from primordial magic, pure and powerful. Hallis felt the wail of the weave. He seemed to see the arcane flames burning in the depths of the ruby crystal. This was blasphemy against Mistra. It was a divine artifact that was directly connected to violent primordial magic. Compared to the weave, it was weaker, fragile, and immature, like a newborn seedling under a towering tree. One day, it would shake the throne of the goddess of magic, just like Shar's shadow weave, because they were both great existences born from primordial magic. Hallis looked at the crystal as if he was looking at a young god. Its nobility was far above that of mortals. Thus, it would not respond to orders other than its master. Only Chin-Ong could possess it. Only Chin-Ong could command it. It was a divine weapon that only submitted to its creator. It was the origin crystal. Hallis stared at this great creation of the arcane mages in a daze. At this moment, even the mark that the supreme magic ring had engraved on his soul was shaken. This was the supreme pursuit of a mage. Hallis felt that in his soul, the arcane fire that represented the highest miracle of the arcane mages was trembling. He instinctively sensed that there was something at the core of the crystal. It was burning the only complete arcane fire in the main plane. Only Mistra, Shar's complete arcane flame, was a gift from primordial magic. "Great Master, please allow me to know its name." Harris submitted to the glory of arcane fire and prayed devoutly. The name of the crystal would be his channel to communicate with the crystal. He could use it to use the powerful primordial magic. When casting spells, the number of spell slots he could use for each level, will expand by +2. Furthermore, the source of its power came from the divine artifact crystal, not the weave. Chun Ong had given him the mark of the crystal. Silver threads spread from Chun Ang's right arm. The mithril threads, animated by magic, wrapped around the crystal, weaving beautiful silver patterns. Runes and magic symbols formed a long poem on the threads. This was a hymn to primordial magic. The flowing silver threads. A dark silver short stick was woven at Chun Ang's fingertips. It was about 2 palms long, and the crystal was at its center. Crimson light was hidden under the mithril, magic symbols and runes. The power of the crystal was woven. The pure power from primordial magic. Chun Ong held it tightly in his right hand. As the power of the soul permeated, there was a sound. Crimson light spread from the crystal to the mithril stick. A clear red light appeared on the tip of the stick. Pure and powerful magic and soul power combined to form a blazing red blade of light. This was a Sith lightsaber. It had the violent and powerful characteristics of the force of this world, and it also contained the pure, tranquil power of Chun Ang's soul. It was the tranquility from the darkness that calmed the violent characteristics of primordial magic, giving this weapon great lethality and unparalleled stability. It was the representative of primordial magic and the crystallization of the dark and tranquil side of primordial magic force. It was gentle and violent, and its blade was unstoppable. Even the gods could not stop it. The person who held it would receive the favor of primordial magic and have a stronger ability to interfere with the mind, but they would also be attacked by the dark side. It only submitted to its creator. Even though its creator was not immune to the attack of the dark side, if it was not its creator who held it, then one had to be careful of this weapon's constant temptation and betrayal at critical moments. Harist presented Chun Ong with the 19 One Rings scattered among the ashes. The 3 rings of gemstones that symbolized art and magic, the 7 rings of iron that represented power and blood, and the most complex, the 9 rings of bronze that represented power and desire. Power and desire! Chun Ong played with a bronze ring, observing the world through the eye of the ring. The gloomy scene, the distorted outward, and the true ugliness and darkness, as expected of the most evil of the 9 rings. It did not have the great arcane power of the 3 rings of gemstones that came from the high elven magic, nor did it have the powerful destructive magic of the 7 rings of iron. But among the 19 rings, it was the most complex, the most evil, and the most adept at eroding the heart and soul of its owner. Its power came from the soul, and it also affected the soul. Its strength was not inferior to the other 10 rings. It was even closer to the existence of the Supreme Ring. This is a ring that belongs to humans. Chun Ong said with a smile, "It is the ring of the King of Men, the ring of betrayal and conspiracy, darkness and slaughter, power and desire. But it is not worthy of its name." "Why?" "Master, these rings are so powerful that they can affect the minds of the gods. They are no less dangerous than the Sari Sutra, and the power of the Supreme Ring is stronger than it. The power of the Sari Sutra originates from lies, but the power of the Supreme Ring originates from true greed. Truth always trumps lies." Harist was puzzled. It is a ring of power, but it does not represent power. Without being tainted with ambition and madness, and the noble blood infatuated with power, it cannot be considered a complete ring of power. Only a game of power can make it complete. Chun Ong placed a bronze ring in Harist's palm and said with a smile, "Let it be stained with blood." Harist raised his head excitedly, his messy beard swinging across his face, but his eyes were still glowing with blood. "I understand, my master. Waterdeep City will only belong to you, master." Chun Ong shook his head. "It is not difficult to control the city, but it will not be easy to not attract the attention of the gods. If you have any methods, just say them. I know you are good at playing with power," Chun Ong said slowly after a slight pause. Some words, if said too late, will kill. The lives of others are also lives. Chin Ong spread out his hands. If it is not necessary, do not kill. He looked at Harrist's beard that hung down to his chest. Harrist carefully organized his words. He had regained his usual calmness and elegance, except for the madness in his eyes. He was like a noble in the council. Master, this is a great city. Its greatness lies in the fact that it does not belong to anyone. It is free, open, it welcomes anyone, and it does not belong to anyone. The Council of 16 Lords manages and controls the entire city. Except for the mayor, the identities of the others are kept secret. They use masks to appear in public. Some of them know each other's identities, while others do not. However, the mayor of Waterdeep City knows the identities of all the lords. For the first time, Harrist showed a proud smile in front of Chenong. I have witnessed the growth of the city, and even created it. I have enough influence over the city. In fact, there are 2 secret lords under my control. Their positions as lords even came from their adventures in the underground maze. They have obtained fame, wealth, and power, so they work for me, even if they are harpies or other forces on the surface. This power is within your reach. Politics, wealth, conspiracies, and political allies. This game of power is extremely exciting. However, my Witch King, the rules of the game are things that others have to abide by. When you play chess with others, the smartest move you can make isn't brilliant chess skills. All you have to do is remove their chess pieces, Chenong said with a smile. The premise of all this is that you have the power to do so. Chenong sighed. Do we, Shaman King? The reason why those lords are lords is because they control the city. They are allies and they are the city. Directly killing them will only cause the entire city to be destroyed. They are lords? Chenong nodded. Who can prove it? The Council of 16 Lords is very strict, and they have very advanced methods of identification. I don't even know the identities of some of them, Master. Harrist explained. We can't replace them, and once we use assassination methods, it will arouse the reaction of the entire city. You're wrong, Shaman King. Chenong shook his head. Whether they are lords or not, the tokens can't prove it. Even what they say doesn't count. It is the opinion of the majority that decides it, and we are the ones who decide the opinion of the majority. Who is the lord of the city? What I say counts. The sword of light danced in Chin Eng's hand, creating a beautiful galaxy. The red light was like a twisted galaxy and sunset in the sky, winding in the sky and transforming into a sky underground. Harrist was surprised by Chin Eng's superb swordsmanship, but he heard Chin Eng's clear voice in his ear. I hope to see the 2 lords after dinner, and a list of confirmed lords, Chenong said in a low voice. Chapter 157. In Chin Eng's hands, the supreme ring was like the most unadorned ring, unremarkable at all. But Hallist could still feel the terrifying power that wanted to throw his soul into it. Perhaps it was an illusion, perhaps it wasn't. He knew that his soul had long since become a slave to the ring, and the supreme ring only submitted to one person, the Lord of Darkness, Vidar Morgoth. In front of him, Hallist couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resisting. Even if Hallist had forged the other 19 rings himself, it would be the same. The spiritual power of the 9 bronze rings, the magic power of the 7 iron rings, and even the arcane lock of the 3 gem rings had all submitted to the darkness of the supreme ring. Chin Ong gently touched the magic power of the ring of Fire Naya. The power of the ancient elves' high, arcane magic took root in the weave and shook the majesty of Mistra. Through a series of entanglement, joining, bending, coiling, overlapping, twisting, and stretching of the weave, this structure that was woven according to a mysterious law formed a complex and grand magic structure. The fire elemental plane quietly approached the main world through ether. A huge, boundless energy flowed from the fire elemental plane to the main world. It was bound and controlled by Naya's power, forming a pillar of clouds in the sea outside Deepwater City. The blazing ring of fire. The power of the supreme ring controlled this powerful ring, and only this power that could trace back to the origin of the ring could suppress the violent elemental sea. The boiling seawater rolled, turning a dozen miles of the sea into a dead zone. Steam and heat evaporated into the sky, forming a dense layer of clouds. Powerful fire elemental energy was quietly accumulating in the clouds. Hallis could even feel a few very powerful fire elemental elders wandering around this abnormal area. They were enjoying and guarding the volcano in the sky. Then there was the ring of water Naya. The power of the lock controlled a part of the water elemental ring and projected it on the sea. The powerful aura of the water element quickly attracted a part of the power of the sea, setting off huge waves on the sea. Sea monsters and water elementals walked out from the depths of the sea, stirring up waves on the surface. The confrontation between fire and water had already begun in the clouds above and the ocean below. The chaotic elemental currents triggered the fierce confrontation between water and fire, forming a strong wind disturbance in the air, turning the sea near Deepwater City into a terrifying place like hell. Air elemental ring. Vaya, the last ring of gemstones, activated the power of the wind elemental plane in the air. It also caused the conflict between the water elemental plane and the fire elemental plane. An unprecedented storm that covered a radius of several hundred kilometers was formed between the three rings, and the conditions for its existence were met. Near Deepwater City, a huge hurricane was forming. Even the gods would be shaken by the crazy power of nature. The natural disaster had engulfed Waterdeep City, turning it into an isolated island. This huge port frequently interacted with the outside world. It was almost severed. Perhaps only the underground could maintain a sense of peace. Rustle, rustle. The road to Skullport was rough and dark. The spiders and monsters lurking in the corner of the stone path were awakened by the slight sound of friction. They cautiously placed their forelimbs on the ground, sensing the slightest vibration in the stone labyrinth. But they were so scared that they crawled into the cracks in the ground, because it was the sound of friction between steel and fur, leather and the ground. It came from thousands of different individuals. Collision, friction, knocking. The tough steel let out the most pleasant sound, converging into a torrent. It converged into a sea, converging into waves, drowning the stone labyrinth with unstoppable might. This was the sound of an army, a poem of war. The fleshy moss spread its tentacles towards the air. These sticky and stinky flesh carpet crawled out from the cracks in the stone. On their gelatinous moss carpet were the remains of spiders and monsters. Skullport was another Deepwater City, the City of Darkness. It was hidden under Waterdeep City and connected to the underground labyrinth. It was the favorite of smugglers and people on the edge of society. The sewers connected it to the entire city, forming the other side of the rotten, smelly, gloomy, and depraved city. The people who lived here were all rogues and villains. They relied on smuggling, coercion, violence, and bloodshed to maintain their survival. In other words, they were the competitors of Chen Ang's Bloody Hand Gang, and they were a vibrant social organization. Lek held his spell book, stumbling between the gravel and the cracks. He looked up and saw the backs of the orc warriors, which were as hard as iron and the heavy armor almost as big as him. There were many warriors like this around him. To make a simple comparison, it was only 1/10 of the legal population of Deepwater City. This was less than 1/5 of the entire army that he saw. For a moment, this rather young lad could not figure out some of the things it contained. This number was still a mathematical concept for him. If he knew, he would not have made such a naive suggestion to Chinong to assassinate the person in charge of the rival. Only when this concept was associated with massacres, destruction, domination, and tyranny would it have dominating power. The torrent of steel, cold and stiff, had a cruel sense of beauty. Lek didn't know how he found the word beauty in the ugly faces of these orcs, But those huge, hard pieces of iron were full of a unique charm, a kind of ferocious, domineering charm derived from killing. Looking at the torrent of steel pushing open the gate of Skullport with a slow but destructive force, Lek could not help but press his right hand on his face, feeling the cold tingling of steel and the smell of rust. This smell tempted him to stick out the tip of his tongue and lick his brass knuckles. Then he felt a fact that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The taste of iron was the same as blood. This was Skullport. Every inch of land here was stained with blood. Every piece of wealth here was not easy to get. This was a place of ambition, greed, and bloodshed. It was a place outside the law, a city of shadows under the glory. Enethar, the Guild of Thieves, was the real controller of order here. In the remote corner of the shadows, there was a very thin shed. It was hard to imagine that this was the meeting place of Enethar, the Guild of Thieves. Chapter 158. It was one of the biggest storms in the history of Faerun. It had completely sealed off the connection between Deepwater City and the outside world. The waves on the surface of the sea were as high as 50 feet, enough to capsize a large ship with a draft of 6 feet. $F. At this time, the sea was as violent as a spoiled child, mercilessly destroying everything that could and could not be seen, not to mention the humans, elves, and other land creatures that were afraid of the sea. Even the murlocs that were blessed by the sea were shivering in fear in this disaster. In the port area where no one dared to approach, there would be the mutilated corpses of the fishmen being smashed to the ground by the huge waves every day. Chun-Ong used the 3 rings as hubs to control the range of the storm, so that it would not destroy the entire city. What he needed was a complete glory city, not a piece of ruins that was ravaged by the storm. Hence, not only did Chun-Ong have to suppress Umberlee's divine power, he also had to fight the furious god of calamity, Talos, for control of the storm. Although the battle between divine power and origin power was intense every day, the situation was gradually falling into Chun-Ang's control. An undercurrent was surging in Deepwater City. The sudden natural disaster surprised everyone. The astrologer did not notice anything, and the mage of the School of Prophecy also found nothing. This seemed to be a storm that should not have happened. The priest prayed to God, but received only a vague message. This is a conspiracy, Mr. Mayor. Our old friends, the ocean goddess Umberlee, who covets the prosperity of Glory City, and the god of natural calamity Talos, who is jealous of the peace and order here. Aside from them, there's also a brand new power of darkness. The sleeping dragon has yet to awaken. Darkness is coming. Pierre Galen shook his head. Deepwater Castle security had become much tighter than before, but a heavy sense of unease had always shrouded his heart. The recent greed of the nobles and guilds had exhausted his mind. The fragile balance between the adventurers, merchants, and nobles in Deepwater City was on the verge of collapse. Pierre Galen sharply noticed the pair of invisible hands behind the scenes manipulating everything. Talos and Umberlee? Are the evil servants of the Skull Port getting restless again? The key is not him, Mayor. The old officiator took a step forward and moved in front of Bill Galen. He lowered his voice and said, "My lord's instructions will not be wrong." The newly emerged dark power was different from all the other evil existences that had appeared before. He was the deepest darkness. Not long ago, we could all hear a name echoing in the abyss and hell. Morgoth. The 2 of them spoke at the same time, and the syllables echoed in the dark abyss. There was a lingering smell of evil and blood. As soon as this cold name was uttered, the surrounding light became much dimmer. Apart from this name, we know nothing about him. Pierre Galen paced around anxiously before he finally stopped in front of the window and peered through the curtains. He looked up and saw the dark clouds hanging low in the sky. These few days, the scumbags in Skullport seem to be much quieter, but that's not a good thing. We all know who raised these wolves. They cherish their white gloves, but they stain other people's hands with blood. who didn't know how dirty they were under the splendid and magnificent official residence. They thought they could push me around, but they succeeded, didn't they? The officiator stood behind Père Galen. He sighed and said, "This is order." As he spoke, a guard knocked on the door. Père Galen returned to his seat, but the guard brought him news that made him lose his composure. In the deepest part of the shadows, the sounds of killing filled the air in Skullport. Dozens of crossbow bolts the length of an arm shot out from the darkness, nailing several rogues in leather armor to the stone wall. The slaughter continued. The kobolds carried their exquisite hand crossbows and shot at the enemy from a remote corner of the battlefield in a small team formation. They usually formed groups of 9, with the 2 best rogues alternating. Every time they fired, 2 crossbowmen would act as a shooting point. Each shot was guaranteed to have at least 3 crossbow bolts. For an assault, there were at least 3 shooting points. 3 crossbow bolts crisscrossed, and the 3 shooting points covered each other's powerful lethality. It was extremely difficult for rogues to escape this tight shooting net. The kobolds were kept dozens of steps away, and the range of their crossbow bolts was amazing. The power was also quite terrifying. The squads, with groups as units, crossed and moved forward, covering each other, never leaving the support group of goblins and ogres. Even for high-level rogues, avoiding dozens of crossbow bolts was a deadly challenge. Even if they could do it with their lives on the line, they first had to avoid the vicious witchcraft of the ogre wizards and the pursuit of the orc berserkers before they could rush into the kobolds and kill them. The reasonably arranged killing formation and cover formation ensured the killing efficiency of the kobold scout squad. The orc heavy infantry regiment in the middle rushed wildly along the predetermined battle route. The stupid green-skinned beasts didn't know fatigue or pain. Chin-Ong didn't add these things to them. The only thing they knew was to carry out Chin-Ang's will to kill. The small, sharp weapons commonly used by evil forces were not much tougher than wooden sticks in the face of 300-pound heavy armor. Under the crushing of the war like a steel fortress, it was difficult to survive. Only a small number of spellcasters could still pose some threat under the hunting of the demon addict spellcaster legion. But soon these few spellcasters could only turn into a pool of blood and flesh under the heavy crossbows and warhammers. The Skull Port had attracted a disaster. The underground city where assassins, thieves, pirates, and mercenaries gathered had attracted a real war. It was bloody and cruel, like a thick nightmare. Limbs were scattered everywhere, and the torso was fragmented. At this moment, when the blood was swallowed, there was an earth-shattering collision between steel and flesh. The ferocious orcs and crazy ogres couldn't wait to tear the faces apart. The ogre wielded a huge warhammer that weighed over 150 pounds, and it made the most intimate contact with the skull of a skinny soldier. The soldier's skull let out a cracking sound as if it couldn't bear the weight, and red and white matter splattered all over the ground. Darkness and terror engulfed the place. The murderers who had brought nightmares and terror to the innocent were now facing their own nightmare. The power of the Supreme Ring silently seeped into the place. In the midst of killing and fear, the twisted power of darkness infected the blood and flesh on the ground and seeped into the people fighting. "Master, the situation here is settled." Harris leaned over and signaled to Chin-Ong. The battlefield was already showing an overwhelming side, or it could be said that this had always been a one-sided massacre. "You can begin." Chin-Ong nodded and replied. It had been some time since he came to Faerun. Chin-Ong, or the Bloody Hand, had many conflicts with the Thieves' Guild in the Skullport. Most of the suppression and threats the Bloody Hand received came from here. Assassinations, poisonings, kidnappings, and coercion had happened many times, but so what? Chin-Ong didn't care at all. He didn't even try to understand what had happened, nor did he care. When Chin-Ong determined that the Thieves' Guild couldn't interfere with him, what they did was not within Chin-Ang's consideration. Chin-Ong rarely reacted to other people's actions. Most of the time he wanted to do something and then finish it. Just like now, Chunong wanted to obtain Deepwater City, so he was prepared to eliminate some of the players who were not part of the game. This included the Farun continent outside Deepwater City, the gods, and some bits and pieces of Deepwater City itself. So he sealed off the route and created a relatively stable internal environment. He decided who could participate in the game, and then eliminated the bits and pieces that weren't part of his plan. Unfortunately, everything in the Skullport was included in the bits and pieces. This was the purest form of malice and efficiency, the simplest form of harm and plunder. From beginning to end, it was Chunong who took the initiative to harm people. He was doing his own thing, and his methods were getting closer to the nature of the world. It didn't take long for the massacre to end. It was almost dusk when Chunong teleported outside Deepwater Castle. The sky was still a little dark. When Halist appeared behind him, he asked, "How's the preparation going?" Halist hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "I can't convince the lords to support me. They're too cautious, and there's no chance to control them. Apart from the 2 secret lords under my control, we can't get any more support. That's about it." Chunong paused for a while and said, "Don't think that it's too difficult. Most of the difficulties are just a matter of strength. It's not difficult to have a complete city, especially a secret city like Deepwater City, because they don't know who the master of the city is. Is it the Council of 16 Lords? Which 16? Chunong gently closed his hood and hid his face in the darkness. His voice came from the thick darkness of the hood, calm and firm. It was drizzling. Chunong walked along the mountain road towards Deepwater Castle. It was a typical knight's castle. The structure was stable, and it was built with very good magic-resistant stones. Although it was very uncomfortable to live in, dark and stuffy, it was a military building after all. The Sawajin people were killed and wounded here. This was the headquarters of the city sentinels and city guards, and the security was very tight. It looked like a young mage who was pretending to be mysterious. He was dragging a short and thick wand that was about the length of 2 palms. It was silver gray and was carried behind his back like a sword. Stepping on the puddles and braving the drizzle, he walked alone towards Deepwater Castle. The guards at the gate did not ask and raised the crossbow in their hands. When the sharp arrow pierced through the curtain of rain, the shadow melted into the rain like a puff of smoke. Chunong's silhouette slowly disappeared. In an instant, alarm bells rang. Well-trained guards guarded the important checkpoints. Under the instructions of the guards, a few mages released a detection portal to the open space. In the vision of the ether plane, ripples representing changes in space slowly spread in the open space. But there was no trace of the portal, and even the shadow power of the shadow plane could not be detected. "He's not there." The young mage turned back and said. Suddenly he heard a short sound, like a lightning bolt passing through a human body, but a little lighter. It was a pleasant sound of Z. Then he saw a red stream of light, beautiful and hot, jumping around, beautiful like a pure red rainbow, passing through the body of the oldest mage. To be continued